throughout the night. Let's check in first right off the top with Chief Meteorologist Rob Perillo. Rob, you've been saying all day today this is going to be a storm for the record books.
That is correct. This storm is going to surpass Hurricanes Audrey and Rita in the record books for the damage that we expect in southwest Louisiana, especially anywhere from Cameron Parish up through Calcasieu Parish and likely Beauregard Parish. Audrey in 57 was a Cat 3-4. That was debatable, but was a smaller storm. Rita was a Cat 3 at landfall back to the west and was weaker than what we have going right now. But Rita was a 5 the day before. Unfortunately, this has been going through a rapid intensification cycle during the course of the last 12 to 18 hours, going back to last night. And sure enough, an eye developing. It's looking very circular here. And if we see more of this magenta circling the storm, this may be actually close to a Category 5 at landfall right now. A very strong Category 4, 145-mile-per-hour winds. That was what Lily was when it was roughly this far offshore, but Lily collapsed when it moved inland. This one we don't think is going to weaken too much as it gets closer to the coast. There's going to be some southwesterly shear, but the National Hurricane Center forecasting a landfall at 150 miles an hour. That is going to happen within a few hours of midnight, give or take, across western Cameron Parish, and all the weather is going to be just way outside of this cone, spanning all through Acadiana, where we could see hurricane conditions just about anywhere west of Lafayette. Here are the current warnings going on. There has been no major changes to the hurricane warnings. Again, hurricane conditions may reach all the way to Shreveport with this storm, tropical storm warnings elsewhere. So big story is going to be the unimaginable storm surge of at least 15 to 20 feet. And this is going to be worse than, more than likely, Hurricane Rita. High water, waves, and envelopes are going to be higher than these levels that we're giving you. This is per the National Hurricane Center, 15 to 20 feet. And everything you see in red, there's going to be 9 feet of Gulf of Mexico water. So think about that. That is very similar or greater to than what we saw with Hurricane Rita. If you're down here on Highway 27 or 82, it is time to get out right now. I just checked the tides. They're up 4 feet along the coast. About 5 feet, that's when the water starts getting on the roadway. So keep that in mind. Get out and don't think you can ride this one out. 15, 20 feet of water. Can you survive in that in the Gulf of Mexico with 150-mile-an-hour winds? The answer is no. And that's why the Hurricane Center is calling this an unsurvivable surge risk. That surge, similar to Rita or greater, will bank up against the Gaydon area. You're going to have water coming up the Mermota. You're going to have water, by the way, coming up the Vermilion. Inundation along and south of Highways 14 and 90, like what we saw with Rita. And this may be a little bit more delayed. It won't be as the storm is making landfall, but as we get closer to daybreak, that water starts to rise. That water will rise throughout the day. Thursdays, the Gulf of Mexico water percolates through much of the coastal marshes. And again, salt water penetration north of Lake Penieur, some of these low-lying areas just touching into Lafayette Parish. The south part of Lafayette Parish is 18 miles from the coast. So we're talking storm surges that are penetrating 15, 20 miles inland across Cameron Parish, 10 to 15 elsewhere. And I think the surge is going to be even worse, but do expect high water up to 6 feet at the very least into the low-lying areas of Iberia and St. Mary parishes as well. Quick look at the high-resolution rapid refresh model here, the extended model, and this gives you an idea. Tropical rain bands moving in as we head into the evening hours, then the core of the storm moving inland as we go through the wee morning hours. This is where we're going to see damaging winds, and notice Jeff Davis Parish in the mix for 100-mile-an-hour wind gusts or greater. Outer rain bands here will produce 70, 80-mile-an-hour winds, maybe a few gusts to 90. We'll have to watch the radar. It's going to be about the radar as we get deeper into the night and less about the modeling, but we'll give you an idea how this storm is going to go. And again, continue to moving to the north. And again, another model that we've been liking, the way it depicts the storm, and this is the graph model. This is pretty much online with the National Hurricane Center forecast track as well, showing those tropical rain bands. And again, some of these tropical rain bands are going to produce tornadoes. So we've already had tornado warnings going, and we're going to have more of those. In fact, we're going to have probably 50, 60, 70 tornado warnings tonight. They're going to be short-lived tornadoes, and by the time we see them on radar and warn you about them, they've already done their damage. So be on the lookout for that. We'll talk more about that. And of course, the wind gusts coming in We're going to see 40, 50 mile an hour winds developing as we head into the latter part of this evening. And then by 11 o'clock tonight, that's when severe hurricane conditions will be moving in along the coast per this graph model showing 100 mile an hour wind gusts across portions of coastal Cameron Parish. And then look at the gusts approaching 75 or so as we get to midnight. And you can see that storm making landfall. Maybe it's a little bit east of where the latest National Hurricane Center forecast track is, but gusts. These are gusts, not sustained winds, but gusts. This is what does the damage. 100 mile an hour plus in and around a donut surrounding Lake Charles. Lake Charles is going to get smashed with this system, and Cameron, Holly Beach are going to get wiped, and I got a feeling the only thing left standing in Cameron is going to be the courthouse once again. A lot of elevation, though, done down there, but you're going to have 20 feet of water and maybe waves on top of that, 25 feet, 28 feet, so it's going to be a real test for the courthouse and all the other objects. Again, the high school down there, the school down there has been elevated, but don't know if that's going to make it or not. Now, we do see these hurricane force wind gusts edging into Jeff Davis, Acadia Parish, into Acadiana, and we'll see gusts in the 70 to 80 mile per hour range, likely even through Lafayette and any of the coastal parishes to the south and east. Just because you're farther away doesn't mean you're going to see some tropical rain bands that expand out from this system. So that's the graph model. We'll show you the high resolution rapid refresh model when we have a little bit more time, but I want to give you a summation of what we're expecting. Here's a graph model rainfall showing rainfall anywhere between 5 to 10. Notice this. The model going for a 10 or 15 foot, 10 to 15 inch rainfall across portions of Upper St. Martin, Iberia, and St. Mary parishes. These numbers aren't in stone, and the issue is not how much rain is going to fall, but how quickly it falls. And we're going to see rainfall rates on the order of 3 to 4 inches per hour, and you get 90 minutes of that, you're going to have localized flooding. And on top of that, we talked about that storm surge banking up along the coast. Any water that falls is not going to be moving to the south. One, because the surge is there to block it. Two, we're going to have mostly southerly winds during southeasterly or southerly winds that are going to be pushing the water back to the north. So it's going to be a rough night ahead. And we'll show you the high-resolution rapid refresh model showing pretty much the same. Any areas in yellow are going to be 8 inches or better, and we'll watch this model. I think we're going to see, I think this model is underdoing the precip, but this would be a better case scenario for the rest of us. So here we go with our latest timeline, and the Hurricane Center calling it an unsurvivable catastrophic storm surge. We'll do 10 to 20 feet to cover the entire Acadiana coastline. And again, as I mentioned, the storm surge, I think, might even be higher than the estimates that we have, say, for Sippermore Point. They're going for 10 to 15, 8 to 12. I think it's going to be 50. You plan on 15 to 18 at Sippermore Point. Flood watch for all the area. Again, we have a tornado watch going right now. I'm going to get to that in just a bit to just show you the radar. Overall, expect 40 to 60 mile an hour winds, gusts 75 to 90 anywhere in Acadiana. As you get west of Lafayette, you're going to see gusts 100 to 130 more than likely. And during this time frame right here, from tonight through early tomorrow afternoon, and maybe even beyond, there will be isolated tornadoes, most likely, and there will be dozens of them. Most of them we won't be able to track, but we'll do the best for you as we get into the meat and potatoes of the system. And widespread power outages, especially western and coastal portions of Acadiana. Plan for no power for days. This is going to continue, as we all know, in previous hurricanes. Some folks are out of power for a week, some for 2 weeks, depending on how many trees are going to be down. And 2 weeks would be my over and under as you get into Cameron, Calcasieu Parish at the very least. There's going to be widespread infrastructure damage as well. So here we go, taking a look at the upper level feature. We have this upper level low here. That's going to create a little bit of shear, but this is looking awfully symmetric. This is what you don't want to see with a hurricane. Here's just a 6-hour loop, and it has been intensifying throughout this time. So even if this weekend's just at landfall, I think we still have room for intensification at least over the next 3 to 6 hours. So on the radar, we're already picking up the eye south of Cameron right here. You see lightning around the eye. Well, that's a bad sign. Lightning in these cells, that's a bad sign. You're generating very high wind gusts with that, and let's just put it in motion. over the last, this is a 4-hour loop it looks like. You can see how the storm has been moving along. Look how circular this is. It's very pretty and very interesting to us as meteorologists, but this is also a very deadly storm. If you're going to be trying to ride this out anywhere in the coastal parishes, get out, please. Going to plead with you on that. Don't think you can ride this out. And interestingly enough, I've spoken with folks that are down at Sippermore Point with their shrimping boats, and they take the boats away from the docks and ride out the storm in Vermilion Bay. That's not advisable either. Again, your life is not replaceable. Your boat is going to be very expensive to replace, but your life, you may not have a life if you decide to run this out, and it's going to be very rough in Vermilion Bay as well. So here's the radar as we get into Lafayette and Acadiana. We've had these strong tropical rain bands. We have severe thunderstorm warnings and tornado warnings. These are popping up and down. There's been numerous ones around the Baton Rouge area. We've had a few in Acadiana. Right now, not a whole lot going in Acadiana. Strongest rain bands are now in Marksville up through Alexandria and then into Vernon Parish. So rough weather and these tropical showers, the winds gust up, but things are going to continue to deteriorate as we go later on tonight. Here's predictive radar just to give you an idea. Those tropical rain bands begin to come in right around 8 o'clock. That's when I think the winds start to pick up and everybody's going to know something's up out there, and it's breezy this afternoon. And then those tropical rain bands producing gusty winds, and here's your wind gust factor in the 30-mile-an-hour range for Lafayette, and this is Lafayette specific. But again, the latest predictive radar model pretty close to where we think the center of this storm is going to be. And then these tropical rain bands are going to be so problematic, and that's what we'll be tracking here locally. So a lot ahead as we head into the overnight hours and as we continue through early tomorrow morning. Still hurricane conditions as we get into western portions of Louisiana. Still strong tropical rain bands, 7, 8 o'clock in the morning. And again, an unbelievable look on this map last night when I updated the latest coordinates at 1 a.m. There was not even an eye apparent, but the pressure was starting to drop. It's continued to drop at a rapid pace. It's gone through what we call a rapid intensification cycle. Thus, right now we have a Category 4 storm, 145-mile-per-hour winds, pressure down to 947. That's not record territory, but we do have more room for the pressure to continue to drop and for this storm to continue to intensify as it beats down and sets sight for the Cameron Parish border and line as we head later on tonight. Guys?
Hey, Rob, real quick, just want to talk to you about that language that the National Hurricane Center used. Do you recall ever seeing something like that, a warning from the NHC, unsurvivable storm surge?
Yeah, you know, that's the first time I've seen that. I've seen them say catastrophic, destructive. Catastrophic used to be the highest word, now unsurvivable, and that's very important. And fortunately, we have a climatological database here for most of us in Acadiana. We know what kind of storm surge we can get with Rita and Ike, and I've been advertising a Rita or Ike similar type scenario for storm surge, and unfortunately, this one may surpass both of those. So unsurvivable means don't try to ride it out in Forked Island. Don't try to ride it. If you had 6 feet of water in Delcombe and Erath, don't try to ride it out. I know you want to save your property, but the most important thing is your life and your family's lives. Get out of Dodge and get to a safe place farther inland. And again, that storm surge penetrates 10 to 15 miles on average inland. Some spots is going to be 20, 25 miles, and over by Lake Charles, it's going to be more than 30 miles. In fact, the Louisiana coastline is the worst place in the entire United States for storm surge, on par with what you see storm surge-wise in Bangladesh and portions of India when they have those big storms in the Bay of Bengal. So a very serious situation, and we can't emphasize it enough. This is threat to life and property, and one of the bigger threats to life and property. Acadiana still going to get rough weather here. I don't want to minimize what we're going to see here, but it's going to be infinitely worse as you get closer to Lake Charles. And for every 10 miles an hour you increase your wind speed over 80 or 90 miles an hour, you do double the amount of damage. So if you go from 100-mile-an-hour wind gusts to, say, maybe 140 or 150-mile-an-hour wind gusts, you're doing 16, 32, or 64 more times damage because it's a law of exponential function here that produces widespread, much more structural damage, and that's what we're going to see with our friends and family members that live over toward Lake Charles. And as we get into portions of Jeff Davis Parish, it's going to be rough there. It's going to be rough in Allen Parish. It's going to be rough in Acadia Parish, and certainly in portions of Vermilion Parish as well. So Lafayette westward, it is going to be a very, very rough and life-threatening type of a night.
Rob, let's talk time frame here. Landfall expected at 1:45 in the morning. When should people stay hunkered down for that time? But when do we think we will start to see a break? Daytime tomorrow?
Yeah.
Mid-morning? Late morning? What
it looks
can people
like it's
expect?
going to be sometime around tomorrow morning. Let me just back it up here. The core of the storm is probably going to come through as we head closer to daybreak tomorrow. So I think the worst weather that we're going to see, and we'll use the high-resolution rapid refresh model here just to give you an idea. Conditions deteriorating big time as we get in after the sun sets, and as we get closer to midnight across the board, we'll notice those winds picking up, but the core of the storm, southwest Louisiana, does include Jeff Davis, Allen Parish. That's going to be coming on through the wee morning hours, and it stinks to have these nighttime storms. You can't see tornadoes. You can't see the wind damage. Get all the lights on around the house, and again, keep an eye on things and do what you can to protect your home. And one of the things that I always talk about when I'm doing my dog and pony show at the local rotaries and stuff like that is talk about how do you protect your home. People often say, well, do I crack my attic entrance? Do I crack windows on the lee side? No. You keep everything sealed on your house. And your garage door, if you have a garage, is the first place wind wants to get in. And once wind gets in your house, that allows for the lift on the roof to be much, much greater, and that's how roofs come off in these storms. So seal up the windows, seal up the doors, and don't try to open it. If you can't open the door because the wind's pushing against you, that's the hint that Mother Nature's telling you, don't open the door because the door may come flying off and rip off, that type of thing. And protect windows from broken glass. Put up boards if you can. You got to rush that to completion, by the way. You have a few more hours in the inland areas to protect your home, but even at my house, I didn't post the pictures. I have a couple of hurricane shutters on my most prone windows on the front of my house and the back of my house. I have those shutters closed. My wife Naomi doing that for me in my stead, but we were prepared and practiced with that. Got the generator. If you got a generator, make sure you have that in good shape. Get the gas for that, and be careful with generators once the power goes out, because I'm thinking Lafayette, I'm guessing, I would say 50 to maybe 80% of Lafayette could go without power, just based on previous experience with Rita, with Lily. I think we're going to have serious power outages, even in a robust LUS power system here in Lafayette. And then farther to the west you go, the more wind you're going to have and much more widespread power outages. And I wouldn't be surprised when we're talking about all of Acadiana, we might see 80 or 90% of all of Acadiana without power as we head into the wee morning hours. That's why charge your phones, charge your laptops, make sure they are ready to go. And again, you're going to be counting on cell phone towers, so make sure you have maybe one Verizon phone, one AT&T phone for Wi-Fi hotspots, that sort of thing, because that is a possibility as well. And the biggest thing that you need during any hurricane is information and where those rain bands are and when can you expect the worst to come. And that's what we're going to be here for what is it going to be, the next 8 or 10 or 12 hours? That's what we're going to be here for.
Yep, we sure will. Okay, Rob, we're going to let you take a break real quick. We're going to be monitoring some viewer questions and everything. We'll get back to you in just a bit, but we do want to move on with our coverage. As Rob said, time is of the essence right now. If you are in those low-lying areas, if you're along the coast, now is the time to heed those very serious warnings and get out. And we hope that right now there is a rush of people that are getting out, but that could lead to a potential gridlock along the interstates.
Yeah, this was a view along I-10 in Crowley earlier this afternoon as people tried to evacuate. It was bumper to bumper there, as you can imagine. So many people actually listening and paying attention and saying now's the time to go. Our Katie Easter is keeping an eye on things along I-10. Katie, tell us what you're seeing now.
Well, guys, here on I-10, traffic is a lot less busy than what it was earlier today, where we were getting reports of gridlock and bumper-to-bumper traffic. And even yesterday, we heard reports of people taking 2 hours to get into Lafayette from areas like Lake Charles. And now we'll go ahead and show you the highways now. Well, now it's actually really clear. But here on East I-10, we've been seeing rushes of cars every, so many minutes. Westbound, we're not seeing as many cars headed west. But what we are seeing headed west are electric trucks. We're seeing other utility vehicles. We are seeing some supply trucks head out that way, but then of course you are seeing much more traffic here headed east. And now headed east, we have already started seeing some National Guard busing people this way. We're also seeing most of the people that chose to wait last minute to leave. Right over here was a gas station. We started talking to some of the travelers, and now they were telling us they wanted to wait it out to leave, and now they're saying that they are glad they did because of how less traffic they were seeing. A lot of them were actually shocked with how little of traffic they were seeing, and a lot of these people were telling me they're coming from Sulphur, Lake Charles, that general area. And again, they said it started to get more mean today. They started seeing more rain, and they decided it's time to get out of there. And again, they said they were actually happy they waited last minute just because of how clear I-10 eastbound actually has been for them. Live in Esterwood, Katie Easter, KATC TV3.
Hopefully that's a sign that so many people have already left the area. Thank you very much, Katie. Of course, our crews are throughout all of Acadiana, all over the area. As you can imagine, we, of course, have them out monitoring situations there. We will bring them back in when it is time for them to heed safety as well. Moving on now, Laura expected to make landfall tonight somewhere along the Louisiana-Texas border. That means Lake Charles is in for more than it possibly has ever seen before. Our Chris Welty is standing by in Lake Charles with more from there. Chris.
Hey guys, right now it's pretty quiet here in Lake Charles, but of course that is expected to change over the next few hours. I want you to take a look right here. You can see that the water for the most part is fairly calm. There is a slight breeze out here, but nothing too drastic just yet. And we've still seen a good bit of traffic going over that iconic bridge here in Lake Charles. And on our way in, we did see a lot of traffic heading eastbound. We did see a lot of motor coaches with people evacuating, but going westbound into Lake Charles, we noticed there was a lot of power crews coming in, and we stopped in Iowa to get gas, and they had 2 gas stations open there at the time. And here in Lake Charles, it seemed like a lot of things are just completely shut down. People are out of this area for the most part, and gas stations are pretty much closed. Now, earlier this afternoon, around about 2:30, 3 o'clock, we did find a gentleman still boarding up his home. We'll introduce him to you a little bit later on this evening, but right now we're on the backside of the Civic Center here, and this area is expected to see major flooding once Laura comes ashore. Guys, back to you.
Okay, Chris, thanks. Looks literally the calm before the storm there in Lake Charles. Lake Charles expected to take a really big hit from Laura, as will western portions of Acadiana. Tonight, Scott Brazda continues our team coverage from Acadia Parish.
Scott Brazda reporting to you from the town of Morse. It's roughly 1 p.m. or so as we video this. Thomas Lejeune and his family live in the house behind me. They've taken precautions. They've taken down the trampoline. They've taken down the swing set behind us. They say that in just the last couple hours, since about 11 o'clock, 11:30 this morning, they've really seen conditions deteriorate. The wind's picking up, the storm's getting a whole lot closer. Thomas Lejeune has lived through a number of hurricanes, but he says the one thing that scares him more than anything is the fact that Laura's going to hit in the middle of the night.
That's the only real thought that I have that has me nervous. It's going to come through at night, and you can't see nothing when that happens, so all you can do is hope for the best.
At 59, Thomas Lejeune has seen a number of storms, knows he can handle most, but he admits the speed at which conditions worsened was very noticeable just over a couple hours this morning.
I actually started out this morning, it wasn't bad. It's just over the last few hours it's gotten like this.
Just down the road, Lions Point between Morse and Crowley. Gaston Myers and his family wasn't going to board windows yesterday, but Laura's scary upgrade made them change their minds, and they went to work early this morning. Residents and businesses throughout the lower portion of Acadia Parish noticeably upped their precautions today. Now all they can do is wait for a night that will bring them even more anxiety.
It sure does. It makes me really nervous. I'm not looking forward to it at all, but I hope that it's not too bad, you know, and I hope that everybody stays safe.
And at 121 in Esterwood, what's sure to be a harbinger of things to come. Our first line of storms, and no doubt plenty more of these coming throughout the night. Everybody stay safe. We are in southern Acadia Parish. Scott Brasser, Justin Terro, back to you guys.
Okay, Scott and Justin, thanks so much. Well, as the storm closes in, it could be too late for some people to get a game plan and leave, but others tell us they actually never had any intention of evacuating. Some people we spoke to cited their past experiences and the fact that their homes are still standing and still riding out so many storms.
We stayed, I don't remember the names. Rita we left, but the other ones that weren't so bad, we stayed, yes. We've had experience with hurricanes before. I know we stayed here when there were 100 miles an hour wind, and it was okay, you know.
Well, we've heard the warnings to make sure that you get out of low-lying areas. We've been talking about those warnings for the past couple of days here. And Governor Edwards also sending the alarm about those living in low-lying areas to go ahead and get out. The governor warned this storm, this is the word that keeps coming up, the storm is unsurvivable in some areas. Not a word you hear very often in hurricane coverage, but we're at that point now. Laura is said to be unsurvivable in some areas, and the governor also saying unsurvivable in some areas but will cause catastrophic damage in others.
And if you think you're safe because you made it through Rita in southwest Louisiana, understand this storm is going to be more powerful than Rita. It is gaining strength. It is not losing strength as it approaches the southwest coast. We know that the storm surge values are higher. The wind speeds will be higher. And so even if you built back stronger and you're up at 15 feet elevation, understand the storm surge is going to be expected to be 18 to 20 feet in that immediate area where this storm comes and makes landfall.
Governor Edwards also announcing in that news conference that the entire Louisiana National Guard has been activated for the first time in years, and they are on standby. And to the governor's point, many people are under mandatory evacuation in Vermilion Parish. Take a look at your screen right now. If you live in Pecan Island, Intercoastal City, Esterwood, Forked Island, Mouton Cove, you have to get out. The order also applies to areas south of Highway 14, south of Erath, south of Delcombe and Gaydon. You all are familiar with this. You lived through Hurricane Rita. You know what happened then, and this is expected to be worse. If you can leave, the curfew starts at 9 o'clock tonight until 5 o'clock tomorrow morning. Well, there are also mandatory evacuations in St. Mary Parish for areas south of Intercoastal Waterway there. That includes Ashton, Freetown Road, Glencoe, and Louisa. If you live south of Highway 83 at Sippermore Road or along Kelly Canal, you also must leave the area. And if you're in Evangeline Parish, you're under a voluntary evacuation order there. Parish leaders do urge you to leave or get to a safe place, especially if you live in low-lying areas. Well, the president of Entergy is warning customers to expect massive power outages as Laura makes her way onto shore. This is very important, and it just underscores that you need to be prepared yesterday, to say the least. He says it could be some time, even weeks, before crews can restore power to some customers in certain areas.
So I think it's important to know that based upon Hurricane Laura's current forecast, customers may see extended power outages given the intensity of this storm. And it's worth noting that we have additional measures that are necessary for our crews to follow as a result of COVID-19. Bottom line is, given the intensity, some of the hardest hit areas are likely to experience power outages for weeks.
Power outages for weeks. That's something we can't even really imagine, but we may have to in some areas of Acadiana and southwest Louisiana at this point. Entergy has nearly 10,000 resources ready to start restoring power once Laura passes and things are safe for crews to get out there. Crews from more than 20 states are on standby to come here and help.
And Laura's intense winds will knock down power lines. LUS is warning people to just stay away from them. If there are downed power lines, you don't want to touch them. They still could have electricity running through them. Your best bet is to report any downed power lines that you do see out there. And in the event of a power outage, there are several ways that you can help utility crews out. If you're an LUS customer in Lafayette, you can call 311. There are 3 different options. You can report a power or water outage, an LUS fiber outage, or you can report reports street flooding and even drainage issues in the area. Now, if for some reason you can't reach 311, you can call the following numbers: 291-9200 or 291-5700 for downed power lines and other electrical issues.
Also let you know that all of this information you're seeing now is also available at KATC.com. We've created what we call short codes for these. For instance, KATC.com/curfews if you're looking for curfew information. KATC.com/evacuations. We have closures, shelters, how to get help. That's some information people need that Jim just gave you there. Also, damage reports and sandbags. Go to KATC.com. All of this is listed. We will, of course, be repeating this for you throughout the evening, throughout the night, into tomorrow. But if you need to get access to it or need to send this to someone else who can't access it for whatever the reason, this is where you go, KATC.com, and type in curfews, evacuations, closures, shelters, how to get help, damage reports, sandbags. Our crews are here. There are people in the building. We should let you know we are socially distant at this time. We did bring people back into the building, and it's been so strange to see one another for the first time since March for many of us. We haven't seen each other in so long. So on the one hand, it's been nice to see faces. On the other hand, it's hard that the reason we're here seeing each other is that we're dealing with this storm in our area. And they're back there. They're working all throughout this building, keeping information that's coming in and keeping it most up to date.
Yeah, and you'll see maybe some unfamiliar faces here as well for our coverage. We do want to mention that we have some reporters and photojournalists and producers from our Scripps sister stations helping us out with our coverage. So, hey, Katiana, do your thing. I already saw one of our reporters out there eating a bowl of gumbo over at the Rain Fire Department. In years past, everyone has been very hospitable, and I'm sure that will continue here as well. But here we are, everybody, 4:30 tonight, Wednesday night. We are expecting landfall of Hurricane Laura later on into the morning around 1:45, I believe is what Rob had said. And the warnings with this storm really unlike anything we've ever heard, even Rob has ever heard before from the National Hurricane Center, saying this is an unsurvivable storm surge. That's a warning we don't ever really hear from these agencies. They like to keep it pretty standard with the science and everything, but time is of the essence. Here we are a little after 4:30. There is still some time for everybody out there to take these warnings very seriously, because this is the reality that we're dealt with
it really is.
Laura.
And you know, I'm getting ready to age myself here. I was a wee reporter, first-year reporter when Hurricane Rita and Katrina made landfall in 2005, and Vermilion Parish was my beat. And I remember not being able to really describe what I was seeing there because there was really nothing to describe. And here we are with an unsurvivable storm as it's being described. Rob and Bradley, you know, have been, and the entire weather team, they've been at it this morning. Dave put back on his weather hat this morning for people of Acadiana, keeping track of it all. Let's head over to Rob now. He's standing by at the wall again. You know, Rob, we hear people remember Rita, but we're expecting this one to be even worse in some areas.
Yeah, I'm afraid so. The worst hurricane that's striking Louisiana, probably going back beyond 2005, the way things are shaping up. This is going to go down with the Andrews, the Ritas, the Katrinas. We're not going to see the fatalities that we saw with Katrina. Katrina actually was barely a Category 2-3 storm, but the walls that failed, the retention walls, and then it was also a horrific storm as you got over toward Biloxi. But I do think that we are going to see damage on par or worse than with Hurricane Rita. And this is what we have: 145-mile-per-hour storm. Some room for it to intensify prior to landfall, and we do expect 150. Now, mind you, Category 5 is 156-mile-an-hour winds. So we have all these hurricane warnings in place from west to Lafayette. That's not going to change probably. And again, we've been talking about this massive storm surge that's going to penetrate 10 to 20 miles inland, up to 20 miles inland, edging into southern Calcasieu, southern Jeff Davis Parish, and then covering a good part of Vermilion Parish, and certainly inundating a good part of Iberia and St. Mary parishes as well. We'll get into the specifics a little bit later on. I did want to kind of show you what's going to be the risk of tropical storm force winds, hurricane force winds, and this is based off the National Hurricane Center. Just to give you an idea, by 8 o'clock tonight, everything in yellow here is going to be in the 39 to 57 mile per hour range. These are for sustained winds, so I think we're going to be in the 35, 40 mile an hour sustained wind category, and then you get into the orange. That's where you're going to to have the winds that are enough to knock power lines down and some trees down. Now, mind you, you don't get a whole lot of trees coming down when the storm is first coming in and the wind first gets going. But once you get 2 or 3, 4, 5 inches of rain in the ground begins to soften up. That's when the trees want to go down. But any trees that are already on the margins of having big branches going down, that sort of thing, that's where that's going to happen. And that's going to start right around 8 to 10 p.m. Coastal parishes through Vermilion Parish. The red right here, this is the radius of sustained winds, hurricane force winds. So we know it's going to be Cameron. We know it's going to be also Calcasieu Parish, but you can see Jeff Davis Parish, Allen Parish, radius of hurricane force winds reaching just about the Jennings area. So plan on sustained winds, sustained, not gusts, sustained 64, 75 mile an hour winds in Jennings. The same goes for, we'll say, the Lake Arthur area as well. And again, that hurricane, as soon as the hurricane makes landfall, it begins to weaken. The hurricane force winds begin to shrink just around the eye wall, but oftentimes you see an expansion of the stronger winds. So notice the sustained winds, 58 to 73, covering all of Acadia, a good part of Evangeline Parish, a good part of Vermilion Parish, and edging into western Lafayette Parish. And as the storm moves inland, the wind field spreads out. Generally, you do see these tropical storm force winds spreading out even more so, but not as much during the night, but certainly during the day. But then, by then, it's going to be moving inland. But notice, hurricane force winds, Leesville, Fort Polk, and then on up through, we'll say, all the way up through Natchitoches and then up through the Shreveport area possibly before this storm begins to weaken by late tomorrow morning significantly, but it will still be doing, believe it or not, damage along the I-20 corridor in the northern part of the state. So anywhere from the center part of the state on westward, this storm is going to bisect the state with horrendous hurricane conditions. It's going to be marginally better off to the east and wonderful as you get back over toward southeast Texas, especially over toward Houston with this scenario. But the tropical rain bands are going to be the story. So here is the risk if you want to do probabilities. The probabilities of hurricane force winds, that's greater than 74 miles an hour. And again, you can see 100% chance as you get into Cameron, into Calcasieu, and into Beauregard, and into western Vernon Parish. And again, it falls off rapidly where you start getting in the 50-50 range once you get into Jeff Davis Parish. And notice longitude, as you lower the longitude and go farther to the east, it's much better. And notice the risk of hurricane force winds, Lafayette, eastern Acadia Parish, only roughly in the 10% range. And you're talking to Perillo. I'm going to break it down by the specific numbers. So here you go. And again, you're talking 100% chance near that of hurricane force winds. And these numbers should be even higher for Lake Charles and farther to the north. But notice the risk in the 20% range. As you get into eastern Jeff Davis Parish, this is for Jennings right now. I think these numbers may be underdoing it. You get closer to the coast, less friction, you got more air coming off the water. That risk is going to be even higher. So one of the models that we looked at, this is the graph model, and this I think has been doing a great job showing the wind gusts. This is not sustained. This is the wind gusts, and they're going to be gusts higher, 30-40% higher than the numbers that you see here. So as we go throughout this evening, I'm going to show you 2 or 3 different models for rainfall and for wind. You can look at your location, say, we'll take, for instance, Crowley at 10 p.m., 41 mile an hour winds, okay? So we know that's not going to really happen, be exact, but let's go to 10 p.m. on the high resolution rapid refresh model. Look at this. I picked out Crowley. 41 mile an hour wind gusts. So plan on that. So you take the 2 and take an average of the 2. Crowley made it nice and easy. We didn't even have to do the math, right at about 41 mile an hour winds coming up at 10 o'clock tonight. And then you have these hurricane force winds coming in. You're going to have 100 mile an hour wind gusts into Cameron Parish. These are not sustained. These are the gust potential. And we've seen some big numbers. And believe it or not, the European model was going for 150, 160s just offshore. So the European is a little hot on your models when it comes to wind, but nonetheless, that is a potential. That is a potential. These are just all, I remember, one model projection, not an official forecast. We're not going to have an official forecast for town specific, but in this day and age, we have computer models that are high resolution, that really, you know, a lot of folks might say, you know, Perilla's giving me bad information on the winds right here, but it's about the spirit of what the winds are telling us. And notice we have these hurricane force winds. Anything in purple, hurricane force winds, gusts. So Crowley, 75-mile-an-hour gusts. Eunice, 75-mile-an-hour gusts. Jennings, 88. Iowa, 110. Give or take 10 or 12, 20 miles an hour, and give or take an hour or two within 5 a.m. But that's the zone you're going to be in. So, again, super high winds, and this is telling me there's going to be a very intense rain band on the eastern part of the eye wall as we get close to tomorrow morning. So we could see some massive damage, not really ever seen in Allen Parish. So there are going to be areas that have seen that are going to see hurricane conditions that they haven't seen before in their lifetimes, and we're talking about 70 or 80-year-old people that also went through Hurricane Audrey, and we'll tell you more about Audrey in the past. So again, this is a storm, and we said it earlier, it could be the new storm of record. Here's the rainfall. I want to show you the European model. We didn't show this one earlier, and this does a pretty good job, but any numbers that you see here in Acadiana, you can double in isolated spots. So 4 inches of rain, up to 8 inches. And then you get back to the west, you're going to see 8 to 12, and the Euro going for a real hot spot right along the border. You can see the European model where the forecast center of the storm is going to be pretty much right on the Louisiana-Texas border, and that's what we'll plan for. But 10 or 20 miles farther to the east, that is certainly a possibility. And one thing, let me just bring it back to the satellite imagery. I'm just going to back this up a little bit. I do have, it's kind of like, you know, when we're running our weather system, it's like a PowerPoint presentation. You can go forward, backwards, but you can't go right back to a graphic. I do have a hot button that would take us to the 10-day or something like that. But let's just look at not so much this, but I want to show you the satellite imagery and what's the trend going on with respect to this storm as we put it in motion. Of course, the computer's just going, Rob, why did you just hit that back button so many times? But here we go, okay? Here's the center of the storm. It's moving to the northwest, and, you know, for a few frames, it looked like it was moving northwest, then north, and now a little bit more to the northwest, and that's what we're going to see. So I always get a lot of messages, hey, Rob, last few satellite images, I've seen a jog to the north, or I've seen a jog to the northwest. Is that going to change the forecast path? Well, at this point, we're not going to see a significant change in the forecast path, but 10 to 20 miles will make a huge difference for somebody maybe in Orange, Texas, or Beaumont, Texas, if you have that jog in that 10 to 20 mile range right at landfall. I could always remember going back to working with Dick Farrow and Hurricane Andrew, watching the eye that was coming through Franklin and New Iberia, and it looked like it was making a run for Lafayette, and just at the 11th hour, and it was 11 o'clock at night, I vividly remember it because Dan Rather was in the weather department with us, and we saw that turn right at the last moment. So, you know, it's always the last hour. And again, every storm is different, how it's going to impact us. And there will be some surprises tomorrow morning. But for sure, I can tell you much of western Louisiana is going to look a lot different than what it did this morning in less than 24 hours.
Okay, Rob, thanks so much. Well, we're going to go and continue our team coverage now. Again, we have reporters throughout Acadiana right now while it is still safe for them to be filing live reports. Let's head out to Matthew Torres. He joins us from Vermilion Parish. He's live in Intercoastal City there. Matthew, what are you seeing?
Hey, so we're just here on the side of the road where you can see where the water levels are rising. I'm just told because it's already high tide. Of course, the surge from the hurricane not helping the situation here. You can see just where it has now reached the road here. Also, we got several folks still out here, some of them just driving by, seeing what it looks like in Intercoastal City. But this is really a good example of how bad it can whenever the hurricane gets closer to land, where the roads are all going to be eventually completely filled with water. Here already, as you make this curve, you can see where this side of the road is already being submerged with water. And so this part of Vermilion Parish, of course, now under a mandatory evacuation. We saw people earlier this afternoon. We stopped by here, and some of them obviously taking their time to get out of here. But for the most part, at least in this part of the parish, they are heeding that warning and getting out as soon as they can, especially when you have the sheriff of this parish actually letting people know that if you are choosing to stay, you might as well write your name, social security, and next of kin on the paper, put that in a Ziploc bag in your pocket, suggesting that if you do stay, you can or will die. So again, this is just leading into Intercoastal City. We'll head there eventually, just as safely as we can. Overall, it has been quieter here compared to what it was earlier this afternoon, but you can see this is the effects of the hurricane as now the water is creeping its way closer to the road. Back to you.
As there in Intercoastal City, and with that very stern and grim message from Vermilion Parish Sheriff Mike Couvillon. Now, what you're looking at right there on your screen, stunning video of just how intense Hurricane Laura is. This imagery from a NOAA satellite. Look at all those flashes. That is lightning, the storm system bursting with lightning. And a reminder, KATC is streaming live over on katc.com/live, the KATC app, and your smart TV. You can watch our wall-to-wall coverage of Hurricane Laura throughout the night. Just search KATC on any device where you stream. And throughout our wall-to-wall coverage, you can also listen to KATC on the radio in case there are service disruptions or power outages. Tune in your radio to Talk Radio 960 AM. They'll be streaming our coverage live, and we'll be here all night as Hurricane Laura makes its way to Louisiana and Acadiana. And with Hurricane Laura now threatening catastrophic damage to the coast, some people spent today trying to get out.
But as Maya Rodriguez found, some people in Lake Charles, of all places, are actually planning to stay put.
The sky started darkening over Lake Charles, Louisiana today as Hurricane Laura trekked towards the state. People planning to hunker down at home raced to a local home supply store.
My wife didn't want to travel this time, so we decided just to go head on and try to stick it out.
That includes Adam Johnson, busy buying plywood to cover the windows of his home.
That was like $24 a sheet.
He moved to the Lake Charles area several years ago from Colorado. Laura will be the first hurricane he experiences.
The duplex that I live in was built in 2015, so should be pretty secure.
But others feel far less secure.
I was going to stay, and I didn't have nowhere to go.
But local officials made arrangements at the Burton complex in Lake Charles for anyone wanting to evacuate, with the National Guard and dozens of buses ready to carry evacuees out of the danger zone and to shelter. Just a few days before her 77th birthday, Yvonne Lankdo is fleeing the storm.
I feel more safer now because I was going to have to drive and I was scared.
What's scaring a lot of people here in Lake Charles is not just the potential for Category 4 hurricane winds from Laura, but also the potential for life-threatening storm surge, which can easily swamp the first floor of a building. Here, water is all around us. And Paul and Wanda Bertrand say that's why they're getting out of their home in coastal Cameron Parish.
I'm ready to get back, I just left, but I'm ready to get back already.
Hopefully that all this will be over soon and we can get back home and everything will be like it was normal.
A normalcy that Hurricane Laura will put to the test. In Lake Charles, Louisiana, I'm Maya Rodriguez.
And we should also mention right now firefighters in Rain are on standby, ready to respond at a moment's notice. Chris Davis joins us from the volunteer fire department there and explains how they plan to respond to the challenges ahead. Chris.
Well, that's exactly right. They are stocked up with food and water because many of the men who are obviously doing this on a volunteer basis are going to be here all night. That way they are ready to go at a moment's notice when they are needed, but they can only do that after the storm passes. They're going to be hunkering down like the rest of us because when those winds are so strong, you just can't get out and about driving because it'd be dangerous for the rest of us. With that in mind, we've also noticed here in Rain, when we first got here a few hours ago, the roads were just packed with people coming coming and going. There's some traffic still out and about, but it seems like a lot of people have gotten to where they're going to be, if they're going to wait out this storm or if they're getting to their safe place beyond here. Hopefully they're well on their way because, of course, we know this storm is coming. In the meantime, we plan on being here with the Rain Volunteer Fire Department tonight to kind of keep tabs with what they're doing and anything they may respond to once it's safe to do so. And as Jim mentioned, they also fed us some gumbo this afternoon, so we're getting that warm hospitality from the local people here in the area. But in the meantime, we'll send it back to you in the studio.
All right,
welcome.
Chris Davis. Yeah. Hope you enjoyed that gumbo. I bet chicken and sausage right about now,
We
right?
might be a little jealous right about now.
I know. We'll get some soon enough, I'm sure. In Jennings, meanwhile, let's head to Jeff Davis Parish, where most homes and businesses are already prepared. They're set to brace for the storm with windows covered and sandbags lining the doors.
Here, Abby Breitenbach joins us there with one thing one family was not prepared for.
While most people here in Jennings are boarding up their windows to keep the wind and water out, one little girl is learning to dance in the rain.
It's my birthday.
And how old are you turning?
Hurricane Laura's coming. She can't have her birthday party today.
Allison Lopez's family had already scaled back plans for a birthday celebration due to COVID-19. Now that even her family outing is canceled, the 5-year-old is still making the most of the day, starting with a special birthday outfit.
She picked the headband out, the dress, the shoes, and we would get a size this morning.
Allison spent the day outside until the rain started, but no big deal. She still has her favorite birthday treat.
It's the unicorn cake.
And her birthday wish is something we can all get on board with.
Go away, hurricane!
Reporting in Jennings, Abby Breitenbach, KATC TV3.
Well, happy birthday to her.
Well, for sure, of course. And I like what she said, go away, hurricane.
We all feel the same way, Allison, don't worry.
Absolutely feel that way right now. Safety, the big priority as we head into the night, and there are mandatory evacuations in effect across Acadiana and South Louisiana. You see the mandatory evacuation order there for parts of Vermilion Parish. Matthew Torres, one of our reporters on scene in Intracoastal City there with that grim warning from the sheriff, from Sheriff Mike Couvion, telling people if you're thinking of staying at this point, they're not going to be able to get to you. The sheriff telling people to write their name, their identification on a piece of paper and put it in your pocket in a Ziploc bag. That's how serious the threat is right now from Hurricane Laura right now. But again, mandatory evacuations for parts of Vermilion Parish, Pecan Island, Intracoastal City, Esther, Forked Island, Mouton Cove, areas south of Highway 14, Erath, Delcombe, Gaydon. You can find all of these mandatory evacuations posted, and as more come in throughout the night, over on KATC.com/evacuations.
You know, as we heard that from the sheriff, I looked over at you and a little stunned, because to hear someone tell you to go ahead and put your name in a plastic bag in your pocket if you're planning to stay, that brings to reality what we're facing here. We're going to go ahead and continue giving you some information as well. There are some curfews in place. As you know, Cameron Parish has a parish-wide curfew. They're in place throughout Acadiana as well. KATC.com/curfews is where you can find that information.
Well, Marcel, I don't think you got your wish for gumbo just yet, but our viewers might have heard our intercom here. We've got red beans and rice.
Oh, that'll do. That we'll take that as well. That's, you know, that's welcomed.
Joey's over there, always great. Thank you guys so much. Well, St. Mary Parish, Ashton, Freetown Road, Glencoe, Louisa, south of Highway 83 at Sippermore Road. You want to get out right now because of the threat from Hurricane Laura.
And moving on now, everyone, Wednesday and Thursday, the curfew for Lafayette planned from 8 in the evening, I should say, until 6 in the morning. That's in Lafayette Parish, Wednesday and Thursday, 8 to 6 a.m. KATC.com/curfews is where that information is available for you as well. Here's Iberia starting tonight at 9 o'clock in Iberia Parish until 6 in the morning until further notice. So that curfew there in place until further notice, starting tonight from 8 to 7 and Friday from 6 to 6. St. Martin Parish's curfew there. And I think we have a few other curfews for you. Here we go. Wednesday, Thursday, dusk till dawn in Acadia Parish. Pretty much, if at this point when the sun goes down, stay inside. I think that's the general consensus around Acadiana. Jeff Davis's parish's curfew as well. You know, we saw people evacuating in Maya Rodriguez's story in Lake Charles. And we should also note that we are still in the midst of a pandemic. As you saw, everyone in that package, they were masked, and we know that they are doing temperature checks and keeping people as socially distanced as they possibly can, making sure everyone has a mask at those sites. So keep in mind, if you're preparing to leave in the next little bit, that you need to pack those things as well, because we still are in the face of COVID-19. This hurricane is not washing out COVID from Louisiana.
Yeah, Iman Boyd was also over in Lake Charles last night over at the Coliseum, and she reported back the same thing. You know, these evacuations have been going on. The buses are being disinfected, masks, temperature checks as well. We are in the midst of a pandemic that hasn't changed, but first responders saying life and limb comes first. So if it gets to a point where, you know, a rescue needs to be made, masks come secondary, obviously social distancing, all that. But right now, while people are able to be evacuated, they are going to do what they can to take the proper precautions given the COVID-19 pandemic. Let's move on, take a look at more of the curfews that are in place around Acadiana. This one planned for St. Landry Parish tonight and tomorrow from 7 p.m. until 6 a.m. And then moving on, Vermilion Parish starting tonight until further notice there in Vermilion Parish, parts of the parish really right there along the coast from 9 p.m. until 5 a.m. You're not going to be able to be out and about. And same in Calcasieu Parish until further notice, 7 to 6 for those who might be staying in Calcasieu Parish.
Alrighty, I think Rob is standing by over there on the weather wall, ready to give us more information on what we can expect from Laura. Rob.
And you know, I just asked, well, how much time does the director want me to go? And they said, as long as you want. So
boy, music to your ears.
That means it's red beans and rice for both guys right now. Get it while it's hot, because I'm going to spend more extensive time on the products that we were showing a little bit earlier. So you guys can take a little bit of a break. And this is the way it's going to go. You know, an hour chunked here and there. We'll try to pace ourselves. And you try to pace yourself as well on the viewing and all that we have to do in this storm as we prepare for it, and then after the storm as well. So let's take a look at the radar right now. We have all the radars dialed in from Shreveport down through Houston. We have Lake Charles, we have Fort Polk, and we have Slidell showing up here. And again, it's not hard to find the center of the storm, and we have lightning around the eye wall. That's never a good sign. That means an intense hurricane, and positive cloud to ground strikes normally mean that there is still the possibility that this is going through an intensification cycle. And you know what? We can't see the radar as good out here, but I bet you this donut is red all the way around, because remember, the radar beam is shooting straight out and the Earth is curved, much to maybe the flat earthers' chagrin, but this is another proof that the Earth is round indeed, or spherical. There's probably certainly a very intense eye wall right here, and this is what you don't want to be hit with, but this is heading up toward the coastal areas, and a marine warning just being posted offshore, obviously, for the winds that are coming up, and we're going to see more of that as we get deeper into the nighttime hours. And again, you can see how this storm looks, and we're starting to see some of those outer rain bands already reaching the coastline. Here we are at 5 o'clock, so winds are likely to begin to pick up along coastal highway 82 and 27. Water's already coming up. I just checked Freshwater City at 4 o'clock. The water was up 4 feet above the normal tide. Right now, it's near 5 feet. So it's coming up about a foot an hour, and then it's going to accelerate even more. So we get to 7 or 8 o'clock tonight, you're already going to have about 8 feet of water banking up along the coast. Now, inland, not a whole lot going on tropical rain band-wise, but we'll watch the action coming into St. Mary Parish. And we had a number of tornado warnings earlier, and typically in these rain bands, you'll get those tornadoes, those quick spin-ups that don't last for very long at all, and then they're over with. We get tornado warnings, but by the time we can tell you about them, the tornado has already passed. Notice there's a tornado warning here just north and west of the Hammond area, and that cell moving along at a good clip, and that's the way it's going to go for the rest of the night as well. But as we lose some of that daytime heating, we usually have a little bit fewer tornadoes, but certainly a possibility. Again, biggest rains that we're seeing locally are up toward Vernon Parish and farther to the north up toward Toledo Bend, north of Alexandria, and north of the Marksville area, but we do have some healthy cells heading up through northern portions of Point Coupee Parish, north of the New Roads area, and just west of Highway 61. But the rest of us still some time to work and put things together and get ready for what's to come later on this evening, and that's what we're going to get to. So let's look at the models. This is Weather Nerd time. You may want to step away from the screen if you're not a weather nerd, but you want to see what it looks like. And these models we implicitly trust. So you see those tropical rain bands starting to come in as we head into 8 or 9 o'clock tonight. Stronger rain bands to follow as we get closer to 9 or 10 o'clock. And then, of course, the core of the storm beginning to bank into Cameron Parish. Let's see what this model is. This is the high resolution. Oh, this is the predictive radar here. We're not even in the extended high resolution rapid refresh model, which this is as well, but this is the hourly predictive radar to give you an idea. And this gives us what the trends are going to be with those tropical rain bands moving on through, even some strong ones out across the basin over toward Baton Rouge. And then as the storm makes landfall, this is what's typical. You have the core, the worst part of the storm here between Beaumont and Lake Charles, and then these tropical rain bands on the dirty side of the storm, they expand outward. And this is where you're going to see some wind gusts that are pretty strong, 60, 70 mile an hour gusts. Notice we're just doing hour by hour, and these numbers will change with time, but the pretty steady numbers here, sustained 25, 30, then gusts to 60, 65, and it's even going to be higher in this rain band versus this rain band. And again, we could see isolated tornadoes in any of these tropical squalls that will be spreading away from the center of the storm as we go through the wee morning hours of Thursday morning and getting to daybreak. Things will improve pretty quickly, and then we have a little bit of a break, but it looks like more rain on the way. So here we have the latest on Hurricane Laura. Notice that eye, very circular, very concentric. This is getting close to what we call a perfect storm. Now, if we see this magenta surrounding the entire donut just before landfall, this is going to be even worse, but it's already going to be a catastrophic, devastating storm for southwest Louisiana that will likely surpass Hurricane Rita and Hurricane Audrey in the record books. Audrey in 1957, a June storm, the strongest June storm ever to strike the United States, and then Hurricane Rita back in 2005. And oh, by the way, this is the anniversary, the 28th anniversary of Hurricane Andrew making landfall in Louisiana. So kind of a day that we have hurricanes here, and Hurricane Andrew making landfall on this date back in 1992. So latest on Laura, 145 mile an hour winds, gusts potentially up to 175. Those are rarely realized, but they do happen. But whether we measure it or not, that is always remains to be seen. Moving to the northwest at 15. Pressure at 947 millibars. We're going to have another update coming up at 7 o'clock on storm intensity, and we'll be taking a look after Jim and Marcel have their meals. I'll be taking a look at the reconnaissance information and see what they're finding. But nonetheless, this is going to be close to a Category 5 storm at landfall, high-end 4. It really doesn't make a difference once you get into 4 territory. It's devastating no matter what. And then you're going to have, again, hurricane conditions in all the outlined areas. This has not changed at all going back through yesterday. So you got to give kudos to the National Hurricane Center. You know, I thought Lafayette maybe should be in a hurricane warning, maybe not, but that could be my emotion with the thing. But they're maintaining tropical storm warnings, but that doesn't mean we can't have hurricane wind gusts in your tropical storm warning areas. And notice, just for safety's sake right now, Iberia and St. Mary and Lower St. Martin are still in a hurricane watch, but also tropical storm warnings as well. So here's the storm surge, and we can't emphasize this enough. Anything you see in the red is going to be 9 feet of water. That's not just the water that's going to lap up against you or whatever, and, oh, I'm 5 feet above. The water is going to be 9 feet deep. This is where the Gulf of Mexico is going to take control of much of Cameron Parish across from Holly Beach down through Cameron, Creole, North Island, up toward the petro plants areas. Then that water penetrating 20, 25 miles. Here's 30 miles of that water coming up the Calcasieu River as well. That's why We've had a lot of evacuations out of the Lake Charles area, water coming up to the Carlis area, and water possibly reaching the southern portions of that 210 loop in the Lake Charles area. So very serious situation. Then we go farther to the east over toward the Lake Arthur area. Again, our water is going to be coming up the Mermentau, and I know we have a number of different locks here to try to keep the water from coming in, but it's still going to come in through the marsh. So you're still going to get backwater flooding in low-lying areas just about anywhere. And again, high water, let's just back this up. Let's get to the top of the graphic right here. High water waves and envelopes are going to be higher than these storm surge predictions. And again, these storm surge predictions are from the National Hurricane Center. I see no reason to depart from them. That's just the mound of water that comes up with the hurricane just along and east of the eye wall. So you see much of Cameron Parish edging into Vermilion Parish is going to see a huge storm surge. But everything is so shallow here. That water, it's like a water sloshing in, and then it's going to slowly spread out off to the east and to the west, mind you, to a certain degree, but mostly to the east. So the numbers 10 to 15, okay, we'll go with that for Vermilion Parish. I think it's going to be higher than 8 to 12, honestly, as we get into Vermilion, Chafalaya Bay, Timbalier Bay. Experience dictates that this number here will probably apply over here, and maybe even as far as over here. I doubt whether it'll be 4 to 6 feet. It's going to be closer to 10 as you go farther to the east as well. It's not specifically storm surge, it's more tides, but that's what we're looking at. So again, the worst of it's going to be Cameron, Calcasieu Parish. We get into Vermilion Parish, we kind of zoom on in, and we see some of these inundation levels have changed a little bit since the last update. Maybe that's because they shifted the track a little bit farther to the west, but nonetheless, anything in yellow is going to be running 3 to 6 feet in water. Orange is 6 feet, yellow is 3 feet, but that's water above the ground. So that's not just what we're talking about, 3 feet on the coast, that's going to dissipate as it moves inland. No, this is 3 feet of water on the ground, just south of the Lake Penior area, and again, water coming up the Delcombe Canal likely as well. We get down to Sippermore Point. I know it says 3 feet of water in Sippermore Point. I will put my bank account on the line, and there's not much in it. But I'll put money down that the water gets over 10 feet down here, if not more, not including the waves. I think we're going to see high water marks 12, 13 feet as we go down the line there. And again, high water going into St. Mary Parish, I would probably disregard most of this. It's going to be much higher than what we're indicating. So let's get into the models here. Guys, you have more time to eat, by the way, if you need to. I'm going to go for another 10 minutes or so. But these are the tropical rain bands. This is the extended high-resolution rapid refresh model, pretty much in line where we think the hurricane is going to make landfall, and those tropical rain bands coming out of the storm will be problematic for all of Acadiana. Just because you're in Morgan City and far away in St. Mary Parish doesn't mean you're not going to have isolated tornadoes or wind damage. I think we're going to see widespread wind damage across all of Acadiana, widespread power outages as well, and then you get back here by this donut and the eye wall. Devastation from maybe western portions of Jeff Davis Parish. But Jeff Davis, my friends here from Jennings on westward, you're going to have one hell of a night coming up through the wee morning hours. And again, look how intense this storm is still going to be as it rides through Beauregard and into Vernon Parish through the early morning hours of tomorrow morning. And again, one of the newer models that we've been looking at is called the graph model. It's taking a while to load here, but really shows us in much higher resolution, and it gives us minute-by-minute data. So this is really cool stuff for us. It's where we really nerd out. But you can see some of those bigger rain bands working their way. Pretty much the same story between 8 and 10 o'clock tonight. The worst effects of the hurricane making its presence felt by 10, 11 o'clock tonight in Cameron Parish, and then gradually working its way into Calcasieu Parish by midnight. And you're going to see winds picking up just about everywhere. Notice Lafayette now again, we're going to see something different than what the model's showing. But say you have a tropical rain band coming in here at midnight. Lafayette, you're going to have winds at 33, gusts 58, and quite often you'll see gusts 30% higher than that in the stronger organized squalls, because one, we have a low pressure here at the surface. Then you have these tropical rain bands that have low pressure swirls, and that's the same thing that produces the tornadoes, but I also call them gustnadoes. They're not traditionally tornadoes in the tornadic sense that you have up in the high plains, but you have these swirls that are so numerous we can't count them. I can tell you in Hurricane Lily we had several hundred of them. So they happen, and they happen all the time, and it's just the chaotic nature. It's just a swirl. If you've seen a whirlpool in the water and you see these little swirls coming off, that's what you're going to have in these squalls that are going to be pushing on through. So very dangerous to be in this outer squall band. You're going to have high wind gusts, maybe 70, 80, maybe up to 90 miles an hour. But here is where you're going to have your gusts over 100 as you get into, and notice Jeff Davis Parish is going to get into eastern Iowa on this model. Maybe the storm's back a little bit farther to the west, but plan on 100-mile-an-hour winds in Jeff Davis Parish. You absolutely have to. Even if this model is 10 miles off in either way, you prepare for the worst and hope for the best. And right now, everything that we've seen with this hurricane has been going for the worst with respect to its intensity as it's approaching land. So it's going to be a serious situation. And notice, even 5, 6 o'clock in the morning, still big tropical rain bands impacting the Baton Rouge area, Iberia, Upper St. Martin, and St. Mary Parish. And then you'll start seeing some of that drier air coming in. We'll get a bit of a break. The winds are going to go from the east, northeast, then they'll turn easterly, then they'll turn southerly tonight, then southwesterly as we get into tomorrow morning as the hurricane slowly departs the area. And I kind of want to show this model even further down. Look, looks quieter on Thursday. No more worries, right, Rob? But, here comes some more tropical rain bands that could exacerbate whatever flooding that we may have, bringing several more inches of rain. So it still looks busy going into Friday. Things should tone down a little bit this weekend, but I think we're going to see more rainfall going into the weekend, but not organized and not more widespread flooding. But tonight, perhaps widespread flooding. We'll get to the flooding graphics in just a bit. So hour by hour, as I told you earlier, find your location, okay? And we'll play the Lafayette game because it's easier for me to track. 10 o'clock tonight, 52-mile-an-hour winds. Remember that because we'll look at 10 o'clock on the next model. 11 o'clock, 62. So we got 52, 62 in Lafayette. So you're going to average the numbers that we're going to show you here, and that'll give you a good idea on what to expect. And look at these wind gusts, 100-mile-an-hour winds plus as we get into Cameron Parish, into Calcasieu, into Jeff Davis, into Vermilion, and maybe even edging into Acadia Parish. So we had 52, 62, 10, 11 o'clock. We'll see if we see some higher numbers in Lafayette. And we'll push this on through. And again, look at the numbers at your locale. We had 79 at 3 o'clock in the morning. So 52, 62, and 79 for those hours. So let's go to the high resolution rapid refresh model. And let's bring it to 10 o'clock once again. Oops, went back a little bit, but we have 41. So we had about the same in Lafayette at 10 o'clock. Let's go to 11 o'clock, not much of a change. We had at 3 o'clock in the morning somewhere in the 60s to 70s, this one going a little bit less. And that's kind of the range. So take your average of the two, and that's what you plan for. But notice, same model going for over 100, this model going for over 100-mile-an-hour wind gusts, getting into Bell City, into the Iway area. So our friends in Jeff Davis Parish certainly going to be hammered awfully hard. Lake Charles, you see these gusts 100, 115 over toward Vinton. Notice Port Arthur, even on the backside of this system, 100-mile-an-hour winds. Beaumont, it's going to be rough. Let's see what we got if we go back into southeast Texas. You'll notice that the winds a lot better as you get over toward the Houston area. So Houston really being spared the high winds with this storm system. And then we progress things on through the early morning hours, and notice hurricane wind force gusts, Crowley, Eunice, Ville Platte, 5 o'clock in the morning, gusts to 70 across, so wherever those tropical rain bands are. And essentially, you see these numbers go up when the model thinks there's a tropical rain band going through. So notice St. Martinville, 60-mile-an-hour winds at 6 a.m. And notice gusts still in the 75 hurricane force range as we get into 6 or 7 o'clock in the morning, and that donut of wind gusts that are going to be greater than 74 miles an hour continues into the western part of Louisiana as we move on into and progress into the middle part of our, what's today, Wednesday? That'll be Thursday. I haven't missed it. I've been on shift since a week ago Monday, so it's been one of those guys. And then winds gradually dying down as we get into tomorrow afternoon, and that's when the cleanup will begin. So what about rainfall? This is the Euro model showing the rainfall. I think it's a little bit underdone for us, and tropical rains usually outperform model rainfall forecasts. So 4 inches, you can double these numbers in isolated spots. So count on 4, but isolated amounts more. And notice back to the west, there's going to be a stripe of 8 to 12 inches likely. And you get into these shades of pink, that's 10. We're getting into the 10 to 15 inch range there with that model. The graph model, this is our new model. This one's going to be running hotter and has been running hotter, but we plan on it. Why not? Give you an idea. Lafayette 7 inches, Brobridge, and again, take your town and average. I got 3 of these, so you're going to have to get your pen and paper out or your notepad on your phone and take the numbers down, add them all up and divide by, in this case, 3, because I'm showing you 3 different models here. But you can see areas that are going to pick up 10 inches or better more than likely. And it's not so much about the rainfall. You're saying, oh, well, we had 25 inches in Lafayette during that 2016 event. But you're getting 7 inches of rain in about 4 to 6 hours. That's going to flood a lot of streets for sure and will push water up on lawns and threaten properties and homes. So keep that in mind. This is just through tomorrow evening. Let's add the other rains that we showed you that are coming into Friday. So this could be storm totals, and we're going to see some spots well above a foot. And again, you get into these cream colors. You're talking 15 inches of rain. That's why we're saying 5 to 15 inches of rain, a very good call. Here's the high-resolution rapid refresh model, kind of showing the same thing, maybe lower rainfall totals. And we can't discount maybe rains that are closer to 5 or 6 inches for most of Acadiana. Obviously, it will be worse back to the western spots, but notice this model not doing a good job. But I think but we could always buy this. If the hurricane's moving along at a good clip, maybe flooding won't be that much of an issue. But as I indicated earlier, whatever falls on the ground is not going to be flowing south or through the Mermitaw. It's not going to be flowing south, certainly through the Calcasieu. It's not going to be flowing south. Well, the Vermilion River in Lafayette's really weird. It piles up. The water starts moving to the south, and it gets to a point where it starts running back to the north. The river reverses direction. The lake, the swamp by the airport fills up, and once the swamp by the airport fills up, then it starts flowing south, but it won't be able to flow south because we're going to have south winds and that 10 to 15 foot or more surge along the coastline. So drainage is going to certainly be an issue. So once again, here's the risk timeline and the words that the Hurricane Center using and the local National Weather Service: an unsurvivable catastrophic storm surge. And this is so serious, folks. It's going to be the worst surge that we've seen along the coast, and it's going to be worse than Rita, and it's going to be worse than Ike. So it pains me to talk about this because I know what's going to get left behind in Holly Beach. I know what's going to get left behind down toward Grand Chenier and Pecan Island and Cameron. It's going to be widespread devastation. Okay, flood watch in effect. We have that tornado watch in effect until 9 o'clock. We're not even talking about that. We'll be nailing down some of those tornadoes when we're on the radar more, and I'm going to be stuck more in the weather lab moving things around. But we have meteorologist Bradley Benoit here as well, and we can talk to him when it's time for me to eat my rice and beans, by the way. And again, the wind damage. Plan on everybody. Everybody says, well, what's it going to be here in rain, and what's it going to be in my location? And by the way, I'm getting all your messages on Facebook, on Twitter. I'm seeing them, but I can't respond to them. As of this morning, I had better than 700 messages that I still hadn't got to going back to Sunday. So I'm going through as many as I can, but we'll try to answer as many as we can. I know you guys, Jim and Marcel, you have your laptops open to our pages, so we can try to answer some of the questions as our coverage continues. But again, gusts 75 to 90 just about anywhere in Acadiana. This includes St. Mary Parish, all of Acadiana. Risk timeline for Acadiana. Okay, the gusts 100 to 130 will be west of Lafayette, especially as we get into Jeff Davis Parish, perhaps Allen Parish on westward. That's where we're going to see those isolated gusts. And of course, course, isolated tornadoes will be likely during this time frame. And again, these boxes show where the threats are going to be. By Thursday afternoon, that threat is over with. The storm surge threat will carry on for more than a week. We know with Rita and Ike that water came in and it took more than a week to drain out. I can remember driving on Highway 82 and 27, and I couldn't even get to 27, just 82, and water was still flowing from the marsh, covering 82 in some spots 2 to 3 feet a week after the storm made landfall. So it's really a serious situation for sure, and it's going to be not only weeks but months and years before this area recovers. And power outages, as we mentioned, with all this wind, widespread. I would say 70 or 80% of Acadiana goes out of power, and we'll start monitoring that as we get those winds coming up, and we'll see how the grid systems perform. But even Lafayette Parish, I do expect a good number of us to go without power. So get everything charged up and get battery backups for your phone and ways to charge your phone. And again, we talked about the generator safety. Can't emphasize that enough at this point. So this is the graphic right now. I can show you the 10-day. Bradley, is that 10-day done yet? We're working on it, but we'll show you that a little bit later on. But who cares right now? This is it. This is it right now. The weather's going to improve. We know that. Yeah. And it's not, and it almost can't get much worse than what we're talking about on this graphic right here.
And Rob, when you were talking through the winds and the data that you're looking at in the models and taking an average, I think that's where I saw a lot of engagement in the Facebook post. We are broadcasting live on air and also on social media. A lot of people had questions about that, what to expect and where, and based on all the models, just take an average is what you're saying.
Right, exactly. Take an average of what the models are showing us, and that's what you plan for, whether it's rainfall or whether it's the wind situation. So again, I can't, and these are just models. You know, what happens in the real world compared to models is quite often different. So you could see much different scenarios than we're showing right here with respect to gusts. And what we say, just like with a hurricane, plan for a category higher on a hurricane making landfall, plan for winds 10 to 15 miles an hour higher just in case. So that makes it a very serious situation for all of Acadiana, and then life-threatening and home-destroying threats as you get farther to the west, as we get into southwest Louisiana here.
All righty, thank you, Rob. Well, as we mentioned, our crews are spread out all throughout southwest Louisiana.
Yeah, let's check in now with Katie Easter. She joins us live along I-10 in Acadia Parish, I believe near Esterwood tonight. Katie, what are you seeing out there?
Hey guys, we're out here on I-10 now, where actually traffic has already started dying down. Earlier today that we heard actually that there was a heavier traffic flow coming eastbound, and of course west is basically dead at this point, but traffic's headed east is starting to die down. And here with me now is Trooper Thomas Gosson to talk some major points. And what are we seeing today, Thomas?
Yeah, so very important. The traffic was very busy earlier eastbound, which is fine because we want to see people vacating the area that when they're being told to do so. It's died down a lot right now, which is good. You still may run into some congestion when you get into the larger areas, Lafayette, the Thruway, or even the Basin Bridge if you're going into Baton Rouge. We are encouraging people, if you're going to vacate your area, to not go north per se, because that is where the storm is going to go. So if you're going to go, we encourage people to go Mississippi area, or if you're on the other side going through Texas, you do have a small window of opportunity right now to get out. If you're in an area that was prone to flooding before, that you've seen some high water, now's the time to heed your warning, especially if your local agencies have told you, especially if they are recommending you get out. We do have evacuation orders in place in several parishes. Some of them are voluntary, but some of them are mandatory. So please do so. Just understand that in the mandatory evacuation, once everything starts going really bad, emergency personnel are going to hunker down and ride out the rest of the storm, and they're not going to respond. So you will be on your own. So that's why it's important to get out there if you can. If you have provisions, you know, I hope you have them by now, because you're running out of time to get those provisions, because more than likely we're going to lose power. Talking about traffic on I-10, right now there are some rumors on Facebook that are saying that I-10 is closed, and that is not true. They're saying that I-10 at the Texas line was closed, and that is not true, so we want to dispel those rumors. I would encourage people not to go to Facebook for your information. Just share it from other people. Go to reputable news sites or agencies or government agencies to see what's going on. DOTD, 511la.org. Y'all, I know y'all have a couple of resources on y'all website, so please go to those organizations, not just what someone said. There are curfews in effect as well. Traffic is probably going to die down more once dusk to dawn. Curfews are in effect. So once that sun goes down, we're hoping to see a much, much less flow of traffic also. When roads do start to close, which we do have some closures down in the lower Trupai area, St. Martin, Vermilion area, there may be barricades that are set up. We're going to encourage everybody, please do not drive around 2016 flood. When we did have to close I-10, we had a lot of the entrance and exit ramps blocked off. We did have some people try to go around them. You will get ticketed for that. We're not going to, be able to allow this to go on. So please understand those barricades up for your safety, the safety of the public. If you're going to drive out there in that weather, we're please asking you, yes, speed limit 70 on the interstate, but that's in ideal conditions, not for rain, stormy weather, especially with high winds. We do have the threat of tornadoes that could potentially cause some serious gusts of wind out there. Standing water on the roadway is another one that we really encourage people not to drive through. We, the phrase we like to use is turn around, don't drown. You don't know the damage underneath that roadway. You don't know, if you're not familiar with that roadway, you could be going off the road. Now you're going to have we need to do a rescue situation at that point. And again, if it's at peak of the danger time, you may be on your own. So we just allow for extra time to get where you're going. Again, you have a small window to get where you're going, where you need to go. So please do so if you can now.
Now, do you think that we could see I-10 close down at some point tonight?
There's no way to know. However, given the 2016 floods and the floods in the past, there is a good chance of that. Just knowing what happened in 2016, if we get any type of water like that, which it sounds like they're calling for with that storm surge. With that storm surge, any rain we get is not going to go away. It's just going to sit on top of us. So there's a big threat of that. So please keep your eyes open on that. Another thing we'd ask people to do, please don't get out and drive around and go sightseeing. Don't go check it out, especially in the morning once everything subsides. We're going to have a lot of power lines down, a lot of trees possibly down, a lot of roadways closed that maybe we don't even know about yet. So again, check out Facebook and social media. That's what, people will be posting pictures on there. You don't have to get out and put yourself in harm's way to see that stuff. So let's kind of heed those warnings.
Right, of course. And again, so you can go to 511, and what other sources can people keep up with?
511la.org is another one, DOTD's website. Louisiana State Police Facebook page. We're posting a lot of stuff. We're resharing a lot of things from other organizations as well. The governor's page for Homeland Security, things like that. So we encourage people to do that. In the event that you do need to evacuate, there's emergency management stations set up in each parish. Possibly call your local sheriff's office to see where that's set up, what aid can be given to you. Again, you're running out of time, so we ask you to do that quickly if you're going to do it.
Right, so I guess, is there anything else that drivers should know? Well, I do want to ask, whenever you're driving in storm, I see a lot of people will turn on their flasher lights and they'll pull over. What should you do when you're in a bad storm driving?
Look, if it's that bad, please just get off the roadway completely. Take an exit, go park in a parking lot. If you have to drive like that, we encourage people not to drive with your hazard lights on. A lot of hazard lights utilize the brake light itself as the hazard. So the person behind you doesn't know when your brake is coming on or off. So it makes it a really tricky thing. They're bright lights, they flash. The person behind you has a hard time seeing through that bright light as well. So again, if it's that bad, get off the roadway completely. Get off the interstate system completely. Get off and exit. Take your time and recoup there, okay? Parking on the side of the roadway, while it's safer than driving, I get it. But again, that's going to cause more trouble if we cause a crash on the side of the roadway, okay? So, just kind of stay off the roadway if you don't have to be there, number one.
Okay, well, Goss, anything else for us or our drivers?
No, that's it. I mean, just, let's you be cautious, be safe, be patient if you're stuck in traffic. There's a lot going on right now. Yep.
And of course, guys, like I said, so now is the time to leave. If you need to evacuate, you need to evacuate now. You can see behind me that west, of course, is basically dead, and east has been dying down here. Again, Gosson had said earlier they were seeing a lot of traffic. We saw pictures earlier where it was getting bumper to bumper, but now things are really slowing down. So if you need to go now, because now is definitely going to be your opportunity. Live right outside of Rain, Katie Easter, KATC TV3.
All right, Katie Easter there with Trooper Thomas Gosson. I think the big takeaway there, Marcel, Marcel, is that there is this window of opportunity right now to get out if you can.
And also, if you are planning to get out right now while this window is still open, remember that conditions are changing. These aren't normal driving conditions. He mentioned driving 70 miles an hour down the interstate on a nice sunny day is great, but winds have changed. Winds are picking up. It's raining in some areas. That's something to consider. So slow yourselves down and pack some patience as well. It's going to take you longer to get where you're going because of the conditions alone, not even mentioning any traffic that you may run into along the way. He also talked about if you find yourself and you leave and you get stuck in hurricane conditions, what should you do then? Some people just want to pull over on the side of the road. Yes, that's better than driving. However, it may be better to just exit and park in a parking lot in a safer area.
Yeah, some things to keep in mind in the days ahead as well. You see barricades out there on the road. Don't try to pass it. You don't know what's beyond those barricades. And then also, of course, the sightseeing issue as well. We're going to be out of this maybe by Friday. People are going to want to look at the damage. Let's just hold off on that until it's safe to do so. Let's continue our team coverage now as Acadiana and Louisiana gets ready for Hurricane Laura. Let's head out to Lake Charles.
Our Chris Welty is standing by live. Chris.
Hey guys, right now it's still fairly quiet here in Lake Charles, but we know, of course, as the evening goes on, that conditions will continue to deteriorate over here. But for the most part, people here are already prepared. A lot of them have boarded up and they've since left. But we did find one man and his family who are making those last-minute preparations, and they say they're not going anywhere.
We locking her down, man, getting ready. It ain't the first one, it won't be the last one.
Ricky Whaley and his family are boarding up, but not getting out. He has rode out the last 3 storms here at home. Have they been pretty bad?
You're like a freight train roaring for a few hours. Yeah, it's kind of nerve-wracking.
During the last storm, Whaley's roof was torn off, but he says he's prepared. Plus, his son lives next door, daughter is down the street, and his mom is a block over.
You know, Mama ain't leaving, so I can't leave her. We're just hunkering down right here.
Whaley is most concerned about storm surge, where he could see up to 9 feet of water.
Gotta leave a peephole.
He says once the lake fills up, the water has nowhere to go.
God bless us. And everybody that's hanging here.
Officials here in Lake Charles say expect devastating storm surge and catastrophic damage from Hurricane Laura later on this evening as conditions begin to deteriorate. Of course, we'll move to higher ground, and we're staying in a very secure location here in Lake Charles. I know a lot of people have been asking about that for us here on social media. For now, live in Lake Charles, Chris Welty, KATC TV3.
Well, of course, storm surge is one of the greatest concerns with Hurricane Laura, and we know that Vermilion Parish, as we remember, Hurricane Rita inundated lower parts of Vermilion Parish, and Laura expecting in some areas to be even worse. One of those communities is Delcombe. Delcombe bracing for flooding some 15 years after Hurricane Rita changed life in that town as we knew it. Mayor Pam Blakely joining us live by phone right now. Mayor, tell us, you all are under a mandatory evacuation at this point. How are things in your town? Have people heeded the warnings and left?
Well, we have quite a few families that's still here, and they called in and they left their names and their numbers that we can keep in touch with them. We did try and get as many people as we can to get out to be, to make sure that everybody's in safe way.
So what is it, the people that are there, people who are in Acadiana and unfamiliar with Delcombe, lots of the community raised their homes after Hurricane Rita. Are those people believing that it's safe because their homes are now on higher ground than they were years ago?
Yes, everybody that got their houses raised, they're anywhere 12 feet above elevation. So they feel safe and sturdy, so they're going to ride it out. And, this is not our first rodeo. We a strong little community, and everybody takes care of everybody and makes sure everybody's in good hands. So, we have a lot that stayed, and we all hurricane ready.
So if someone who is there finds themselves wanting to change their minds in the next few hours and they need help getting out, what are you suggesting for them to do?
Well, So we are asking that anybody that's staying in the community, that they can call City Hall, because we have a team here at 685-4462. That we have some guys on standby, and we're going to do the best possible thing to get them out. But everybody has to stay safe. So it's going to be a safety issue first. And what we ask, and if you have family or friends or anywhere you can go, we would like people to leave. But if you're not going to leave, we will have somebody in our evacuate building in back of our City Hall that will be here for 24 hours.
You guys are manning City Hall around the clock for the next 24 hours or so. 685-4462, the number to City Hall if someone is in Delcambre and in need of some help getting out. Mayor Blakely, thank you for joining us. We'll be checking in with you throughout the night into tomorrow and the days ahead. We appreciate your time. We hope that everyone in your town is safe, and we will talk to you soon.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mayor. Mayor Pam Blakely in Delcambre. 685-4462 is the number there if anyone who is staying. She mentioned some residents are actually staying. You know, they raised their homes in that community after Hurricane Rita, and some people are riding it out. They've called in. They left their names and numbers with personnel at City Hall there under a mandatory evacuation, the town of Delcambre. That was Mayor Pam Blakely joining us live by phone.
And Marcel, for more coverage as Louisiana braces for Hurricane Laura, let's join ABC's Elwin Lopez from Baton Rouge tonight.
Hurricane Laura continuing to gain strength as she's barreling toward the Gulf Coast. Now forecast to slam ashore as a major Category 4 hurricane, with winds around 145 miles per hour. A storm that powerful could be deadly, and experts say Laura's impact will be felt hundreds of miles inland.
This has been categorized repeatedly as an unsurvivable storm surge where it will be hitting. And that storm surge could continue inland for about 30 miles.
Thousands of families across the Gulf Coast racing to get out.
Once it gets past a Category 2 with the surge issues, there's no way I'm going to take that chance.
More than 500,000 people ordered to evacuate across Texas and Louisiana.
You've got several hours to leave town, and we suggest if you have not left yet, you really reconsider the decision that you've made to stay.
While many are getting out of Laura's way, others say they will take their chances.
I got my house boarded up, all my windows, everything boarded up, but other than that, I think I'll be all right.
In Port Arthur, Texas, officials there say if you don't leave, first responders won't be there if you need to be rescued.
You will not have an opportunity to have emergency services following a certain time. If you decide to stay, you are staying on your own.
Here in Baton Rouge, we're expecting tropical storm wind gusts and flooding. Forecasters warn we could see tornadoes in the outer bands. Elwin Lopez, ABC News, Baton Rouge.
And Marcel, I don't know about you, but I just checked my email. I did get an email today from AT&T warning about the storm and that they are trying to take care of their customers. But the same goes for Verizon as well. Verizon will be providing unlimited data, calling, texting from now until September 1st for residents in the storm's path. Verizon also has portable cell sites that are available and generators and other equipment ready in the area to roll in whenever it is needed.
And that's something else we have to consider too. You know, right now while we're still in daylight hours and you still have power, you know, it's easy to sit at home. Everybody's relaxed and waiting to some degree and on their devices, but make sure that you are charging them because the time will come, as Rob has mentioned time and time again, we're facing widespread power outages throughout all of Acadiana. Just because you might not necessarily get the eye of the storm or the brunt of the highest winds doesn't mean that you won't lose power. We know that areas outside of Acadiana as well may lose power, so that's something to consider. Go ahead and charge up.
Yeah, absolutely.
Text instead of call, so you can save some battery power there and let everyone know you're safe.
And that's just who we've heard from so far is Verizon and AT&T waiving charges for data and overages through September 1st. They know people are going to need their phones, going to need to be getting in touch with family, friends, and also going to be going for, just getting in touch with everybody, making sure everybody is okay there. We do want you all to keep your devices all charged up.
Yeah, we also want to let you know that Acadian Ambulance is gearing up for Laura, of course. That includes new vehicles that are ready to assist in evacuations. In addition to 615 ambulances and over 3,000 medics, Acadian has acquired 2 special evacuation buses that will transport up to 20 patients at one time. So in case there's a great need, 20 people at a time, those new buses, those ambuses, will be able to transport in case that is needed. That's from Acadian Ambulance. You know, we think about it now, we're sitting and we're waiting, but we know things will change and are changing hour by hour, minute by minute as this storm approaches. Rob has mentioned Vermilion Parish at high risk for a big hit, as long as other parts of coastal Louisiana.
Yeah, let's check in now. Matthew Torres is joining us live from Vermilion Parish. At last check, Matthew is in Intracoastal City, a little bit southwest of Delcombe. I'm not sure if we have Matthew there. Okay, they're still getting ready with their live shot. Of course, with everything going on, there are going to be equipment failures and things. But Marcel, back to your point about Acadian Ambulance, you know, they've been keeping everybody up to speed just on what they've been doing over on social media. And as of 10:30 or 10:50 this morning, they had evacuated or were in the process of evacuating 465 patients from facilities and also private homes, not only in Louisiana, but also southeast Texas as well. They have 694 ambulances and vans and ambuses, as you were mentioning, that are ready to help out with Hurricane Laura. Now I believe we have Matthew Torres ready. He's joining us live from Intracoastal City there in Vermilion Parish, continuing our coverage as we continue to track Laura. Matthew.
Jim, we wanted to see what it was like here earlier this afternoon, and it was you could still see parts of the road still open, but now at this hour you can see where the water has made its way onto and sweeping across this road right here. Also, a very peculiar sight earlier. This couple in this pickup truck actually just left and walked knee deep into water on the other side, possibly to check up on boats. But overall, the people that we do still see out here are those just out of curiosity, wanting to see what the conditions look like at this point, which so far they're slowly deteriorating. We have the water levels rising with the help of the surge. Here on the other side, you could see our car was actually parked here, which was on gravel, but now you can see where the water just filled up to this side of the road. So you could see how things are moving fairly quickly, and now we did see several people move out of here. One of them saying, you know what, it is time to leave, which is obviously the good news and the type of message that authorities here in the parish have been wanting to hear from folks. But overall, one more time, just take a look at that, with now the water sweeping over from this bay onto the road and going across to the other side, giving you the idea of how conditions will be. I can't even imagine what it will look like in an hour or even 2 hours from now as this hurricane moves closer inland, or closer to the coast. Back to you.
All right, Matthew Torres there reporting in Intracoastal City in Vermilion Parish. Again, the big advice from what we're hearing from leaders and state officials, local leaders, is to get out now. We do have this window of opportunity.
We do, and as we are approaching 6 o'clock, there are some curfews throughout Acadiana that are in place starting within the next few hours or so. You're looking at the curfew there for Calcasieu Parish starting at 7 o'clock until 6 o'clock tomorrow morning. We have a parish by parish look at that. You also can find curfews at katc.com/curfews. The city of Ville Platte under curfew as well, starting at 8 until 5 o'clock tomorrow morning. That's until further notice. Abbeville, 10 o'clock tonight till 5 in the morning, both Wednesday and Thursday. So there's the curfew in place in Abbeville. Gayda, midnight tonight till 5 in the morning. There's their curfew. You're going to find widespread curfews if we can keep rolling through these throughout many parts of Acadiana. But as we have continued to say, just stay at home once you're done and the next few hours roll in and things get worse. Whether, you know, there has been a government imposed or municipality imposed curfew in your area, just go ahead and consider yourself under curfew and stay home.
Yeah, absolutely. Mandatory evacuations in effect in many areas as well. Marcel, we just heard from the mayor of Delcombe, Pam Blakely, a little while ago on the air. This is not Delcombe's first rodeo, not the first rodeo for a lot of people in Acadiana, but Hurricane Laura is really unlike any other storm really that we've been through in recent memory.
Absolutely. And you know, you have conversations with people and they talk about, oh, we made it through this one and we made it through that one, and they can recall years and situations and storm names. And yes, you did. Luckily, you did. But because you make it through one doesn't mean you're going to make it through all of them. And as we see Rob saying, there are conditions with Laura that he has never seen before in Acadiana. Talked about Laura and some of the impacts that are going to be going back to records started being kept back in the 1800s. So we're looking at a different type of storm here for Southwest Louisiana, even though we made it through Rita. We did. I remember being out there covering Rita and people saying, we never thought, and there we were. And now here we are again in the face of another storm that's going to change coastal Louisiana for years to come.
Yeah, those storm names really just become alerts for people. We've heard our meteorologists here warning about Rita and Ike, and I think people really perk up when they hear those names because they remember them so well. Those names have really become infamous here in Acadiana, but in many ways this will be the first test for a lot of these communities because, Marcel, you remember after those storms, a lot of houses, a lot of buildings were razed. They haven't really been put through such a difficult test as they will be in the next few days.
Yeah, what you saw along the coast before the houses were raised looks entirely different now. I mean, it's a natural occurrence at this point because you've gotten used to it. But to see the houses so high in the air is not something that we were accustomed to seeing before Hurricane Rita. And now, like you mentioned, here's another test for the strength and stability and even the level, the height of these houses that have been raised to these new heights after Rita. So Laura is a test, unfortunately. But even in some communities, people who have raised their homes are still leaving. The homes will be, they'll deal with that when they get back, but they're taking their lives and moving to safer ground.
And probably for the best. A reminder, everybody, here we are, 5:43 Wednesday night. KATC is streaming live right now over on katc.com/live. We're, of course, coming to you on your televisions as long as we can. You can download the KATC app, and don't forget, we are also on your smart TVs. You can watch our wall-to-wall coverage as Louisiana and Acadiana prepare and are bracing for Hurricane Laura. Just search KATC on any device where you stream. And throughout our full wall-to-wall coverage, you can also listen to our coverage over on the radio. The power might go out, services might go down, your phone battery might run out. Tune in to Talk Radio 960 AM. They'll be streaming our coverage live, and we'll be here all night long, all day tomorrow as Hurricane Laura makes its way across Acadiana.
You hear us say often that we are everywhere, and I think this is proving to be true at this moment. We are literally everywhere. Our crews all over the place. You can find us live streaming on any device you use, in any mantra you use it in, even on radio when we need to get to that point. So we are with you. We say it a lot, but we are with you through this. This is why we're here. This is what we do day in and day out, why we do it, to keep Acadiana safe.
And not only are our crews across Louisiana, but they are also in Texas tonight. Let's check in with Chris James reporting from Beaumont tonight. Chris.
We are just hours away from Hurricane Laura making landfall here in the Gulf Coast. And I'm in the city of Beaumont right now, which is directly in the path of Laura. And this community is on edge. Driving around today, you could feel the level of anxiety and trepidation, people boarding up their homes, businesses closed. You couldn't even get fast food. People are taking this storm seriously because there is a major threat for flooding. Much of this area is low-lying, at or below sea level, and they're used to their homes flooding, businesses flooding, and the potential for major storm surge is great, including 30 miles inland where we are right now. The governor of Louisiana actually said that some of the storm surge could be unsurvivable for residents if they don't get out now. So the call has been waged to get out. The governor of Texas, Greg Abbott, actually had a press conference earlier today where he said that he's seeing reports of people who aren't actually heeding the warnings and they're not getting out of town now. So he's saying, once again, please get out, because some of the shelters are hours away because we need to make sure that people are away from the coast. So there are buses that are taking people there, and a lot of these buses actually have X's on some of the seats to make sure that social distancing is in place. So the pandemic is making all of this much more difficult, and we will keep you posted on all of the latest. Reporting in Beaumont, Texas, I'm Chris James.
Okay, Chris James, you can see the wind there picking up in Texas. Hurricane Laura really going to have a huge impact right at the Texas-Louisiana border. Impacts being felt into Texas and also here in Acadiana.
Yeah, right now firefighters in rain are standing by, ready to respond at a moment's notice. We know Acadia Parish is one of the areas that's going to be heavily impacted as well. Chris Davis joining us from the Volunteer Fire Department to explain how they plan to respond and face any challenges that may come up. Chris.
Yeah, you know, they are standing by like the rest of us, waiting to see when it will actually make landfall and what will happen once it comes in. Now, I want to point you across the street here. We're on Adams Avenue here in Rayne, and you can see that there are boards on the Farmer's Hardware store right here. There's also several across the street as well. And you'll also notice that it's a lot quieter here on the road compared to what we were seeing, you know, just a few hours ago when we pulled in to the volunteer hall, maybe about 3 hours ago. You had people ripping up and down the streets trying to get either home or to where they were going to evacuate. Now they've been able to either get to where they're going to be, and you're seeing some other prep work like this. Over at the hardware store when we were there a few minutes ago, actually spoke briefly to the owner, and he mentioned, you know, we're going to try to get all of our work wrapped up just within the next few minutes. That way we can get home and hunker down ourselves, and they have now been able to do that. The lights are pretty much off inside the building. Same here over at the pharmacy across the way here. We saw a group of people come in, get a few last-minute items that they were going to use for their home, and then head back to their place. So that seems to be kind of the feeling here in Rayne, is people bracing for the inevitable, waiting for this to make landfall, and once it does, being able to hunker down for quite some time until obviously people can come out and see what this storm might have done in the meantime. You mentioned the volunteer fire department just a moment ago. They are in the same situation. They are kind of waiting to make sure that they've got everything ready. They can respond to calls right now, but once we actually get into the storm itself, they're going to hunker down, and as soon as the sky clears, they'll come out and give any help that might be needed out here. We'll send it back to you.
Hey, Chris Davis reporting there in Rayne. Good to see that everybody is taking the precautions.
And that's something else we have to remember, too, that not only our crews, we mentioned them, but emergency responders as well. They have got to come in and stay safe so that after the brunt of the storm has passed, they can get out and take care of business.
Absolutely. They're away from their families as well. They have a job to do. They're going to be ready to do it. The Rayne Fire Department, just like so many other agencies really across Acadiana, doing that right now. Earlier in the day, we have checked in along I-10, and we were very encouraged to see not a lot of traffic out there. We're hoping, taking that as a sign that people have already heeded the warnings and are getting out if they have to.
That's right. Our Katie Easter is standing by live along I-10 with more. Katie.
Hey guys, so we are here still off of I-10, where actually the eastbound has started to slow down, and you can tell westbound is definitely slow, but I-10 East is starting to really slow down. And now we actually have State Trooper Gosson here with us, who is walking over here now to tell us some important facts for drivers here, because I know people that need to evacuate, they need to do it now, right, Thomas?
Yeah, you know, we've seen the traffic dying down. You can see now we have a lot of utility trucks headed west. Right now they were staging up in Rayne as a meeting point. But we're encouraging people, if you have the opportunity to leave and you've been warned to leave, go ahead and leave now while you still can. We would encourage people to go east or west. If you're already in Lake Charles or on the other side of Texas, continue on to the west. If you're on this side, go east. The storm supposedly is going to be going north, so you're just going to go up into it, and it's going to cause some problems up there. So we encourage you to go east or west at this point. Right now in the Troop I area in St. Mary, we do have some roadways that are closed. LA 3147 is closed in Vermilion Parish, St. Mary, LA 317. And I know that doesn't mean a whole lot to anyone if they're not from there, but if you're from there, you know what I'm talking about. So encourage people, do not drive through that deep water. If it's barricaded, if it's blocked off, don't go through that. You know, turn around, don't drown is what we like to say. You don't know the condition, you don't know what could happen, you don't know the current, especially if it's a current of water blowing through. So we ask you to just stay away from that running water. If you're going to be on the roadways, again, when the weather gets really bad, we ask you to get off the interstate system. Find a parking lot, find somewhere to park away from traffic. We encourage people not to drive with those hazard lights on. It is a distraction. It is hard. It does make it hard to see for other people behind you. If it's that bad, get off the roadway. Also, too, adhere to the speed limit. Stay below the speed limit. 70 miles an hour on the interstate is fine for clear weather, but when it's rain, standing water. Another thing we encourage people to do is don't drive with your cruise control on whenever it's inclement weather, when it's bad weather. You want to be able to control that gas pedal. You don't want to hydroplane and slam on your brakes, things like that. So, you know, just be smart. If you don't have to get out, number one, don't get out. Stay home, hunker down, stay off the roadways.
And I know that DOTD has a website where drivers need to keep up to date with all road closures.
Yeah.
What is that? Let's talk about that.
Yeah, the DOTD website is a really important website to go to. It has road closure information. They try to stay up to the minute on that. We do have DOTD personnel at a lot of the troop areas that are getting information constantly by troopers and other law enforcement agencies out there that are monitoring road conditions. So it is up to the date, up to the minute, up to date on that website. 511la.org is that website. I would encourage people to go to that site, go to a news site, go to somewhere that is credible. Don't just say, well, I heard someone say, and pass that information on. One of the rumors that was going on was I-10 was closed in Texas right now, and that is not true. Nothing on I-10 is closed at this point. We will put it on our Louisiana State Police Facebook page should we close that interstate system. DPS in Texas does have a website as well. Not sure what it is off the top of my head, but easy to Google that. But again, 511la.org is an extremely important resource. It'll show you road closures. It'll show you road information. It'll route you to different places if it's closed. So utilize that.
And again, so I think the most main takeaway is people need to get out now if they need to. And if you're going to drive through the storm tonight, be careful, correct?
Just understand we do have curfews in effect as well in a lot of areas, and understandably so. We don't want people out and about. So hopefully you've got your provisions in place. Just be careful. If you're running a generator home, keep it away from windows, air conditioners, things like that. You never want to run a generator inside the home as well, carbon monoxide poisoning. But again, stay off the roadways if at all possible. Also, too, tomorrow, once this goes through, we're going to be dealing with down power lines, down trees, blocked roadways still, especially if the rain sticks around for a while. That storm surge is not going to allow that water to flow. So any water we get is going to sit on top of us for a while. So again, stay off the roadways if at all possible.
Okay, well, I think that's all I needed from you today. So again, if you need to get out now. As you can see, the highways have slowed down majorly from this morning, where we saw reports of major traffic backups. And again, Gosselin was talking about how that becomes from people trying to get on and off of the highways, and it just slows everyone down. But right now is your time to leave if you can. Live outside of rain, Katie Easter, KATC TV3.
Well, we know Calcasieu Parish is one of the areas that is facing catastrophic conditions with Hurricane Laura. Joining us by phone right now is Calcasieu Parish Police Jury Communications Director Thomas Hafer. Mr. Hafer, thank you so much for being with us. Let's talk about what are you seeing in Calcasieu Parish at this point?
Well, I'm looking out my window here on the second floor of our downtown building, and it's fairly calm weather-wise, and thankfully there is nobody out and about on the streets. So hopefully they have evacuated and have taken cover someplace where it's safe.
Absolutely. We hope the same. Speaking of evacuations, have you been hearing from lots of people saying they were leaving, they were getting what they could and getting out, or have people been like, no, we're going to ride this one out and see how it goes?
Well, 2 days ago, everybody was saying we're going to ride this out, but as the forecast has deteriorated and it's gained in strength, we've had lots of people indicate this afternoon even that they were leaving, just as soon as they could. And we hope that everybody is out on the road and safe now. We're anticipating that we're going to be getting into some tropical storm force winds very soon, and we don't want people out and about or trying to evacuate at that point.
Absolutely. Any other preparations going on throughout the parish at this time that the public needs to know about?
They should know that the staff here and the police juries here are concerned for their safety and doing everything they possibly can to get through this, what we anticipate will be a very bad night, and start the recovery process tomorrow.
If someone wakes up tomorrow and they need help, they find themselves in an unfortunate situation, who do they contact for help?
They should call 911, and when the weather is such as it might be overnight tonight and on into tomorrow morning, we can't guarantee that anybody will be able to make it. They'll do everything they can to do so, but it's a mandatory evacuation was called for that very reason, that they were afraid there would be situations where they couldn't get to people who needed help.
Absolutely. Well, we hope that people in Calcasieu Parish have heeded the warning and left the area and are now safe, listening to us somewhere else, preparing and watching as this storm comes in and gets out of here. Thank you so much for your time. Thank you for all you do. The best to you guys as we deal with Hurricane Laura.
Thank you.
All righty. Take care. Bye-bye.
And just looking at that video right there, that coming from a NOAA satellite of Hurricane Laura, you could see all those lightning strikes in the vicinity
so
of
intense.
that storm. It really is. I don't ever recall seeing something quite like this before. But then again, it's been a very long time since we've had to deal with a storm like this. Let's bring in Chief Meteorologist Rob Perillo with the latest on Hurricane Laura tonight.
Rob, when you see that, what do you think?
Yeah, you know, normally you don't see a whole lot of lightning in a tropical system, but when you see lightning, pardon me, I just ate some crackers. When you do see some lightning, that is when the storm is intensifying. So what are we looking for? Lightning around the eye wall, and we see that. We don't see a whole lot of lightning showing up in those outer rain bands way out there, but now we're seeing a little bit more in the way of lightning. So this is not a weakening system, and if anything, it continues to slowly intensify. In fact, pressure down about a millibar. We'll get to that in just a bit. Notice, though, we have the tropical showers to the north, but to the south, we're starting to see those outer rain bands. I just looked at Freshwater City. Winds were gusting to 38 here, so that's about 1 mile an hour shy of tropical storm force winds. So you can really visualize where the tropical storm force winds are right now. They're edging into the coast, and they're going to be moving in over the next few hours. Here we are at just around 6 o'clock. So by 8 o'clock tonight, some areas are certainly going to start to feel those tropical storm force winds, and unfortunately the driving rainfall and then that storm surge coming up. Now, by the way, let me just back this up. I just checked Freshwater City, also back over toward Calcasieu Pass, and the water is between 4 to 5 feet above normal, and that's normal with the bulge of water that comes in. The storm surge, though, is still out in the Gulf of Mexico, and that's going to be coming in later on this evening. So here we have a few showers, mainly in central Louisiana. The rest of us pretty quiet, but what I've been looking at while you guys have been talking is just let's look at the eye. Look at the center of this eye. I got latitude, longitude plotted up. Now, officially, the storm is moving to the northwest. Okay? What do you see here over the last several hours? And this could just be a wobble, but almost a more northerly or poleward motion of the storm. Now, this could be a wobble. Essentially, you'll have a northwest or west-northwest movement, then a movement to the north, and then maybe a movement back to the northwest. But now we're getting into the critical time where we're going to watch this very closely, because a storm making landfall, eastern Cameron Parish, is going to be a lot worse for Acadiana than a storm making landfall, say, over here toward the western portions of Cameron Parish. So very serious situation that this could certainly go south in more ways than one, and a pun intended, if this would to make a landfall a little bit farther east than the official forecast track. So we kind of come in and you can see this eye. It's a very perfect looking eye, and it certainly reminds you of Hurricane Harvey. And it reminds me of Hurricane Michael in a lot of ways. Traditionally, every storm I've seen get close to the Louisiana coast begins to weaken right at the 11th hour. So we hope that is the case here. But right now, this storm has got momentum. It is very well organized. Even though we don't see purple surrounding it, we see that the eye is very circular. It's kind of wobbling around a little bit here like a top spinning on a table. But latest observation, and let's see if the 6 o'clock has come in. Here it is. Let's see. No change on the pressure. Still 145 mile per hour winds. Moving northwest at 15. Doesn't seem like it was moving more northwest, so we'll watch that, but that's the official call right now. In fact, this is more of a position update than a movement update. These positions are updated hourly based on what we're showing you on the radar, so we have a better fix on it so you get your coordinates down. Pressure was down 947 over the last couple of hours. It was 948, 949 earlier, so pretty low pressure here, and a solid Category 4 storm. The forecast, it could get up to 150 mile an hour winds. But notice where, that's why I draw the line. Notice the track is the center, and the center is going to be roughly about the thickness of this line right here for western portions of Cameron Parish. But if it's more eastern Cameron Parish, look out. We'll see 100 mile an hour winds in Lafayette, but that is not on the table right now. But we'll see how the models react and how things go along. And again, we've been talking about this massive storm surge that's going to come in. I think this red could get extended a lot farther to the east. Again, these are just models, and this is the best forecast that the storm surge unit at the National Hurricane Center could come up with, but up to 20 feet, 10 to 15. I'd throw this all the way over to St. Mary Parish as well. And then we're going to have high water waves that makes the whole water envelope that much higher. So you get down to Sipermore Point, 8 to 12 feet, I would go for the higher end, and 12 feet probably a very good call, and maybe some waves going up a little bit higher than that. So a very serious situation with respect to storm surge for our coastline. So again, the graph model here pretty much showing those tropical rain bands that we're seeing right now starting to move into the coastal areas, then the core of the storm. And notice the graph model is a little bit farther to the east than the National Hurricane Center forecast site. So this is the way we should play it, with these very intense rain bands working their way into western portions of Vermilion Parish, into Jeff Davis Parish, and maybe Acadia Parish. Now, Lafayette, not under a hurricane warning, but we certainly could see hurricane conditions here. We have tropical storm warnings, and these outer rain bands are what's going to produce the damaging winds and those extreme wind gusts and those isolated tornadoes. And then you have this donut that surrounds the eye wall. That's where you're going to have your highest sustained winds and your winds gusting over 100, and I'll get back to that in just a bit. But again, these tropical rain bands through all of Acadiana, that means we're under the gun for hurricane conditions anywhere in Acadiana. I know we have just a tropical storm warning, but you can't underplay this system, and the last 12 hours has proved it. Last night at 1 a.m., we were saying, oh, there it goes. The storm is beginning to deepen. Could be the beginning of a rapid intensification cycle. It went from a 1 to a 2. Now all of a sudden we're dealing with a high-end 4 pushing 5 as is making landfall. So look at these big heavy-duty rain bands. That's trouble rainfall wise as we go through the wee morning hours. Going to be tough to sleep for a lot of us as we head through the night, especially when these tropical rain bands come in. You'll have lulls, the winds will die down. You go, oh goodness, things are quieting down, and then these strong tropical rain bands push on through and the winds pick up again. Again, a hurricane really plays a lot with the emotions and the psyche. You think, well, that last squall wasn't too bad, but here comes another squall and the winds are worse in the next squall, and then you get the lull and the next squall that moves in, the winds are even higher, and that's the way it goes for a good part of the night. But by 7 o'clock, 8 o'clock tomorrow morning, things will begin to calm down. Our winds will begin to die down here. Again, notice the model going for a 7-inch rainfall. We'll get to the rainfall in just a bit. We'll get southwesterly winds, some drier air, but we won't be done with the tropical showers. Even though the storm is going to be well to the north of us, we're still going to have tropical moisture. It looks like an upper level disturbance reacts with that moisture, so more heavy-duty showers and storms going into Friday, but 99% of all our issues are going to be coming up tonight through tomorrow morning, and prime time is going to be roughly about 7 or 8 o'clock tonight till about 7 or 8 o'clock tomorrow morning for all of Acadiana. So we got a 12-hour window. I don't think this is going to be like Rita. Rita was moving slower, and we had tropical storm winds, sustained tropical storm winds for 27, 28 hours across much of Acadiana. I think it's going to be more closer to a 12 to 18-hour time frame with this storm. So looking at the same graph model here, the wind speeds, and again, I'm showing you two different models for wind gusts, and I think this model does a pretty good job of what we could expect. And by 10 o'clock tonight, you're going to start to see winds gusting over hurricane force down toward Grand Chenier and also by Cameron. And then the core of the storm, that donut that we showed you, starts moving inland right around midnight, give or take an hour or two. Here we are at midnight tonight, and notice the gusts pushing 100, 125, 127. These are gusts, not sustained winds. So when we're talking about the main storm, we're talking about sustained winds. Gusts are usually 30% higher. And then as the storm moves inland, you have those sustained winds, but then you start having the storm interact with land. So you have frictional issues that produces those squalls that can be very, very damaging. And notice we see 80s, gust to 80s across Crowley, Gaydon into Acadia and portions of Vermilion Parish. Notice the gust here, Kaplan at 93, Abbeville at 92, Intracoastal City. And again, that's why that storm surge is going to be coming in. Gusts to Sipermore Point at about 1 a.m. at 90. And you see these gusts well in the 100-mile-an-hour range. Now, mind you, we always say it's one model projection, not an official forecast. So maybe these numbers are too hot, but this is what we have to prepare for them. Too hot meaning too high, but these are certainly all possibilities, not at the exact time that we're showing you, but I will not be surprised if we see a few reported gusts, if we get some robust weather stations to report this. Usually weather stations go down in 100-mile-an-hour winds or so. Not so much because the equipment fails, but power to the equipment fails, and the communication from the equipment to us fails as well. And again, you can see those gusts. Eunice, how about this? A gust to 98, certainly possible. Jennings, 97, 100-mile-an-hour gusts. Again, this storm track is a little bit east of where the National Hurricane Center is forecasting. So this is a possibility, but this may be back a little bit farther to the west, but you get the spirit of things. You get from Lafayette on westward, infinitely worse. Lafayette on eastward, better, but still not out of the woods with those tropical rain bands that will be pushing on through as we head through the overnight and early morning hours. Still some gusts in the 90-mile-an-hour range showing up to Ritter, up through Alexandria at daybreak tomorrow. And then finally the system crosses I-49 up by Natchitoches. Hurricane gusts likely all the way up to the I-20 corridor. And then by tomorrow afternoon, winds beginning to die down. Will be in the 25 to 35-mile-an-hour range or less. So that's when things will be much quieter. So it's going to be a long night ahead. Again, a different model. This is the high-resolution rapid refresh model, but showing the same story with this big donut of everything in white is 100-mile-an-hour winds or better, pushing on through the area. Anything in purple is wind gusts to 75. So you see Crowley, Eunice. Still, the other model is going maybe up to 90, but this is going to 75. Add them up together, you get about 180 or 170 or so divided by 2, and then you have, well, 90 and 75, say 90 and 70 for sake of argument is 160 divided by 2. You got 80. So gusts to 80 certainly possible with this system. And again, you can see how that continues to move to the north as we head through the early morning hours. So just backing it up, just for wind direction alone, we're going to see those winds coming around, and this is good because it shows you the wind barb. Your wind direction initially is going to be mostly easterly, turning southeasterly as the storm gains latitude. So here our winds are beginning to turn southeasterly. So I always look at this because you start looking at, well, what if trees go down, that sort of thing. Well, your persistent wind is going to be out of the southeast, but you have a rain band that comes in. You'll have a wind coming in from the east on that rain band, then a wind coming in from the southwest. It's kind of like a convergence zone. So southerly winds getting more and more involved, especially when we have those tropical rain bands going on through. So your most vulnerable areas are areas that are facing south, and you want the big trees at your house to be on the north side because that's the direction they would tend to go down if we have these kind of winds that we're seeing here. And I fully expect these numbers to be pretty close to ground truth. So be ready. Rainfall-wise, again, if you missed it earlier, here's the European model going for generally 4 to 8 inches across most of Acadiana. But again, you can double any of these numbers in some hot spots. Take your locale, take this number down, and then let's look at the next number. And again, you can see at 10 to 15-inch rainfall to the west. Now, the Euro's not going to update until 1 o'clock in the morning, so we're going to be throwing that system out. But the graph model and the high-resolution rapid refresh model, they update every 3, 6, and in some cases, the predictive radar once an hour. So that's what we're going to get into tonight. But then we're also going to be looking at the observations as well. Rainfall, again, plan on 5 to 10 inches of rain for sure. Other areas up to 15. And again, what's going to happen is that we have all this rainfall. It's going to try to go into the conduits such as the Vermilion, the Teche, the Mermentau, the Calcasieu, and we're going to have these strong southerly winds coming in, so the water is not going to be flowing down to the south. In fact, the storm surge is going to be pushing water up the Vermilion. It's going to be pushing water up the Mermentau, and certainly the Calcasieu. In fact, the forecast for the Calcasieu River is to exceed the all-time record for the gauge over in Lake Charles. So that's why Lake Charles is going to have such a major problem with inundation and storm surge. And then on top of that, catastrophic, can't underuse that word, catastrophic damage across southwest Louisiana. Again, wherever that donut that I showed you comes on in, the damage that we have not seen in our lifetimes anyway, going on record back into the 1800s. And again, the high-resolution rapid refresh model, we'll see how this comes in later on this evening. Anything in yellow corresponding to 8 inches. So you can see some spots you see hitting close to that 8 inches like Jeanneret. And again, these are just printouts. So don't go by the exact number, go by the color code. And you can see widespread 8-inch rainfalls. You see a hot spot offshore here translating to 10-inch rain or better. And again, these are just models. What happens in the real world could be two different things. And this is the graphic that we've been using over the past couple of days. Just to give you that timeline, that surge is going to come in. It's an unsurvivable surge per the wording from the National Hurricane Center. It's going to be catastrophic. The entire Acadiana coastline, we'll say 10 to 20 feet, and it's going to be higher, obviously, over toward Cameron, but high water marks are going to be higher. So you have a surge, say, when we talk about surge, we're not talking about the waves that are generated on that surge. And if you have a 10-foot surge, say, you can generate a 5-foot wave. It's half the distance down to the ground. So a 20-foot surge, you can get theoretically up to a 10-foot wave. So with Hurricane Rita, there were some high water marks on some telephone poles that were left behind down toward Holly Beach that show high water marks above 20 feet, 23, 24 feet. I would say if there's anything left standing, we might see high water marks approaching 25 feet. So this is going to be worse than Rita, worse than Ike in many aspects. And again, flood watch in effect. We do have a tornado watch in effect, by the way, till 9 o'clock tonight. Those take the back seat because we just watch the tropical rain bands because those are the main damage makers. And then the wind gusts for all of Acadiana, prepare for 40, 60, gusts 75 to 90 in squalls, better than 100 miles an hour, 100 mile an hour winds west of Lafayette. Isolated tornadoes also likely in this window right here that ends by midday tomorrow, and then widespread power outages, especially western and coastal portions of Acadiana, but even anywhere else in Acadiana, going down through St. Mary Parish as well. We're going to have power outages. There's no doubt about it, and power outages can last for days. And we full well know, even in, you go back to 1985, Hurricane Danny, there were some folks that were out of power for 2 weeks. Some people with Hurricane Lily were out of power for a week to 2 weeks. So this is not unusual, so expect power outages and that for it to last for a while. That's why you gas up your car right now. Make a run for it right now. If you can, do it safely. Gas up everything. Get gas in a gas can. Use premium. That works best, not only in cars, but also on your generator as well. That's me talking. And then that storm surge, it's going to last through beyond Friday afternoon. Once the water comes in, it takes probably somewhere between 10 and 14 days for that water to drain back out into the Gulf of Mexico. So lots going on here. Now, I just kind of posted something while you guys were talking about my house. You know, you put your cars in your garage. You want to get up away from the street as possible. You want to seal all your windows on your house. There used to be this old adage, crack a lee window on your home. It'll reduce the pressure. Now, you just want to keep wind out of your home. So window shut, door shut, garage door shut, and by the way, the most vulnerable way for wind to get into your house, if you're going to be seeing these 100-mile-an-hour winds, is through the garage door. The garage door goes first. Once the garage door goes, that gets wind into the garage door, into the garage. That allows for lift. If you have an attic access in your garage, that lift on the roof begins to get lighter and lighter, and then you're in a whole world of trouble. So what I do in my home is get the cars in the garage, get whatever cars up, right up to the garage if they're parked outside, and actually slowly move your car up against the garage door. If it's in the garage, this way it kind of reinforces the garage door as well. So that's a good way to play, because when the wind gets going, you hear that garage door banging around normally in just about everybody's home. And again, carports are another issue as well. They sometimes funnel the wind and are the first things to go in those high winds. So a lot going on, a lot of dynamics in place, and every system is a lesson producer for us. And coming up before everybody's power goes out, I'm going to talk a little bit about the storm pitfalls after the storm, where we see our most fatalities and most of the danger that happens after a storm. Guys.
Okay. Rob, wanted to ask you, I'm monitoring the feed. We are broadcasting on air, but also on social media. One of the questions that came up when you were talking about the different models, and I actually thought it's something that I always wanted to ask you too, is what goes into the decision-making process? Which model do you broadcast? We see those spaghetti plots, and there's always a few that go one way and a majority maybe the other way. What goes into that decision?
That's kind of the bane of meteorologists.
Yeah.
What model is doing well? Earlier this week, the European was doing a horrible job. So we have what's called these global deterministic models, then we have these higher resolution models. Let me back it up to the let's take a look at the graph model. This is the newest one we've had, and we're still evaluating it, but what we do, and what I do, I can't speak for other meteorologists, but what we do here at KATC is we take the model, that best matches the track that the National Hurricane Center is forecasting. And that's the way we're going to play it. We want to stick with a consistent message from the National Hurricane Center. So I don't want to show you a model that, say, the Hurricane Center right now, and this is kind of pushing it a little bit. We do have models that are a little bit closer to the Hurricane Center forecast track, but notice when we were talking about the eye of the storm is a little bit more east of maybe that northwesterly track. So this model may actually verify, but what we try to do is pick the model that we think is the most likely going to represent where that center of storm is going to be and how the dynamics play around it. And now, in this day and age, these computer models are so much more sophisticated, but they vary. They have different physics packages, they have different chemistry packages in them, and the math packages are different, and they are so complex. And that's why when you get a degree in meteorology, you got to take 5 semesters of math, 4 semesters of physics, 4 or 5 semesters of chemistry, and then you get into dynamic meteorology that kind of combines all of those physics and chemistry and math together. So you start understanding the atmosphere in 3 dimensions as a fluid dynamic, and 4th dimension being time. So it gives you a better idea on how to visualize that, and it also gives you a better idea on how you think it's going to play out. And this is really a simplified map of what we look at. A lot of times we're looking at upper level maps. We're looking at maps at 18,000 feet. We're looking at, I like 10,000 feet, which is the 700 millibar level. Then I look at the maps going all the way down to the surface and different parameters, whether it's humidity or water in the atmosphere. So it's always a challenge, and not one model is better than any other. Okay, and it's an evaluation process that many folks don't give us credit. We spend hours trying to figure out which model best represents what's going on right now, and sometimes midway through the storm we might switch over to another model, but the graph model's been very good. And by the way, you know, there's always this talk about the European model versus the American GFS model. Well, the European model has been slipping a little bit. I don't know if because they've changed their physics package or math package, or how the computational techniques are done, or how the model initializes, but overall in this storm and also with Marco, the GFS has performed better than the European model. But the European model is going for a deeper storm with Laura, whereas the GFS wasn't as deep. So you evaluate both, and then you kind of come up with a blend on what you're going to forecast-wise. And that final graphic, the impact graphic that we show you here, is a culmination of all those graphics that we put together. And we say forecasts are based on the National Hurricane Center, National Weather Service data, and all weighted model guidance. That means we've been spending hours looking over the models, and large impact changes can and will occur depending on any changes in the storm track.
All right, well, thanks for letting us get into your head a little bit.
Anytime.
The way you do things, Rob.
Thanks, Rob. Well, let's get a check of the conditions here in Lafayette. I know we've had our crews everywhere, from Vermilion Parish out to Lake Charles, even Texas, but we also have a crew in Lafayette right now.
We sure do. Our Andrew Clay is here. He's standing by right behind the KATC TV3 studio, actually. We put him outside, took him away from sports and put him outside to do some storm coverage today. He talked to DOTD officials about efforts before, during, and after the storm. Andrew.
We are out back here with Deidre Druyette. Thanks, Marcel and Jim. Deidre, we're feeling the wind pickup right now. I know there's a lot of drivers on the road tonight. What are you telling drivers right now?
Well, one of the biggest messages that we want to get across to drivers is we know that some motorists are just now able to evacuate, and maybe there'll be some even later tonight on the road. So one of our biggest things is we know that there could be some impacts to I-10 due to the severe weather, Hurricane Laura. So we actually are encouraging people to utilize some of our northern hurricane evacuation routes. And of course that includes I-49, US 61, I-55, as a lot of people are trying to reach Interstate 20. And so that's one of our biggest things that we're trying to encourage people. But also we know that if they have to get on the road, if someone just has to get on the road, especially to evacuate, we understand that. But we ask them, of course, to plan accordingly. And there are tools that they can use to do that DOTD has. One is 511la.org. And basically it's our travel information system where they can look to see what roads are impacted, whether it's due to debris or floodwaters, things of that nature, to help plan a safe trip for motorists.
So you would like to see motorists moving more north, maybe instead of east on I-10. What are you most concerned about waterways and bridges maybe being shut down later tonight or tomorrow? What's your biggest concern there?
Well, one of the things that we're looking for, of course, we have our operations team, and we've been working around the clock just monitoring the weather. But of course, with storms like this, things change rapidly. So of course, right now we're looking at a lot of our coastal parishes here in the Acadiana region. Of course, we've got St. Mary Parish, Vermilion Parish, Lower St. Martin Parish, a lot of those lower lying areas. That we're looking at to make sure, because we are seeing, you know, what the impacts could be as far as the storm surges. So right now we do have a lot of our crews on standby, and they are ready. We've been preparing for this type of emergency event. To be honest with you, we prepare all year long. We don't wait until it just happens. So we're going to wait until it's safe enough for our crews to go out there. But until then, we're going to monitor the roadways. And if there is flood water on the roadway, we do encourage people not to drive around it, because you don't know what is underneath that flood water. The road could be washed out or anything of that nature. So if it is flooded, choose a different path.
Is there a point at which you would prefer drivers stay off the roads tonight?
Even right now, even with the weather it is right now, as you can feel, the wind is picking up greatly. So if you don't have to go out, just stay at home. But we do understand that everyone has different situations. So if you do have to go out, again, plan your trip accordingly. Look at 511la.org to see what or if any impacts are to the roadways. Make sure that you give yourself enough time to get to where you're going. And remember, we do have posted speed limits, but remember, those speed limits are there for favorable weather conditions. So with the type of weather that we're seeing right now and the type of weather that is to come, it's good that you reduce your speed, especially with the type of wind gusts that we're anticipating with this storm.
Yeah, you guys are encouraging drivers to make smart decisions in this. This is also something we talked about off camera a little bit. This is a real test for infrastructure in the area. Can you kind of expel on that and talk a little bit about that?
Well, one of the things that you and I were just discussing is like these types of storms, they're considered maybe 100-year type storms. Sometimes you don't see these types of storms very often, but we're starting to see a lot of these types of storms, severe weather, heavy rains. We're seeing them a lot frequently. So with that, of course, comes with how does our infrastructure hold up to that? And that goes back to our operations team, our emergency response team, planning year round. We want to make sure that our infrastructure is in the best condition possible to be able to withstand a lot of these type storms that we're seeing now, whether it's a hurricane or a snow and ice storm. We want to make sure that we're addressing drainage where it needs to be, especially in some of those areas where you could see some possible flooding in some of our lower lying areas. So we're addressing drainage, making sure roadways are being rebuilt, things of that nature. So
we heard some people saying earlier that they were glad they waited till some of the first rush got out, but I would assume there would no more waiting. It's time to leave.
Well, if there are those who are just now able to leave, we do encourage them, if possible, if you're traveling I-10, if there's a possibility for them to take some of those northern evacuation routes, we do highly encourage that, because again, with the impacts that are going to come by Hurricane Laura, there could be some impacts to I-10. So if they can take I-49 north, if they can take US 61 north, I-55 north, things of that nature, we do encourage them to take those routes.
It's time to get to know your neighbors in Alexandria. She's Deidre Druyette from DOTD. Appreciate you coming on. We'll send it back to Jim and Marcel.
All righty. Thank you so much, Andrew. So information there from DOTD. We've talked about people who are getting out of the way, who have evacuated or are in the process of, but there are so many people heading for safety, but others who are actually staying put.
That's right. And as long as our crews, as it's safe to do so, they'll continue to broadcast live from the field, including Chris Welty. He joins us live from Lake Charles, where we expect it to be a very different place in just a few hours. Hey, Chris.
Mila.
All right, I guess we're having some issues there. Chris was turning his microphone on. It's
Is
back
it on?
Hey, Chris, can you hear us?
Check. I'm waiting. All right, I get confirmation in my
is.
ear that y'all can hear us. That's the beauty of live TV right here. But as I was saying that this is such a common sight here in Lake Charles right now. We're at one of the Walmart neighborhood gas stations, and gas pumps across town are completely wrapped up, cellophaned. They made sure that even the handles, you can't pull it out. Of course, with the wind, they're worried about that whipping out and possibly whipping the pumps out. And I want you to take a look over this way. In front of the store, it's really interesting because instead of using plywood, they have compressed cardboard boxes blocking the front entrance of the store, protecting those glass doors. That's a sight that I haven't seen here in Lake Charles just yet, but we'll spin around. And over here at the plumbing warehouse, they went hardcore. They have plywood all the way up, and they do have, it looks like, some duct tape on some of the upper windows, the glass windows up top. But, you know, we're lucky here in Lake Charles for the most part that before getting here, we did fill up. But whenever we saw an open gas station just about 2-3 blocks down the road, we decided to fill up our car one more time. It never hurts to make sure you're topped off, especially when covering storms. And we also took our Sat Rav, and this vehicle, it's really cool because we do have power outlets in the back. So should our hotel lose power, we can actually jump in the car, power up, we can charge our batteries, we can charge our live equipment, we can charge our cell phones. So it's a great thing that we have this vehicle here in Lake Charles as well, and we're actually able to get this thing into one of the parking garages as well. So we're staying over at the LaBerge Hotel here in Lake Charles, and we're going to get this vehicle up into the parking garage high up. I know there's a concern about storm surge. So many people have been reaching out to us on social media, but we'll make sure that we stay safe. And we're going to hop back in the car in a little bit. We're going to drive back over towards the interstate, and we want to check it out, see if we see any more people evacuating, check out the interstate system here in Lake Charles. For now, live in Lake Charles, Chris Welty, KATC TV3.
All right, Chris, along with photojournalist Blake Blanchard out there, you guys stay safe. Now, we do want to let you know that if you are out of town or if you lose power, you have to have your devices all powered up and your batteries ready to go, because you can download the KATC app and have the latest information on Hurricane Laura right there. We'll be broadcasting not only on air as long as we can, but also on our social media pages and our apps. You can also get access to this wall-to-wall coverage on your smart TVs. Just search KATC in the App Store, and throughout this coverage will also be broadcasting on 960 AM. Right now we want to head back over to the Weather Lab. Chief Meteorologist Rob Perillo standing by with some breaking news when it comes to Hurricane Laura. Rob.
Yeah, just a little bit of a breaking news. I just took a look at the Hurricane Hunter that is flying into this storm. And first off, one thing that we're watching, and I mentioned this in my last broadcast, it almost looks like this is more of a north-northwesterly movement. This is, we're starting out at 6. Let's see when this starts out. Yeah, it's a 6-hour loop here. Over the last 6 hours, if you notice with the latitude and longitude lines, if you're moving northwest, you're going to be kind of going across the diagonal on these boxes. And we see not quite that. It's moving more north-northwest. So maybe a little bit of a wobble. Again, you have this cycloidal motion. These storms are like tops that are spinning on a table. So maybe just we're on one of those northward jogs, and then it moves back to the northwest again toward western Cameron Parish. But Cameron Parish, a huge parish, and if this storm hits closer to eastern Cameron, we're going to have a lot more weather here locally, and then we covered that a little bit earlier. But as the storm has been getting closer in, Bradley, just go ahead and kick, I forgot to load up the show, just kick me over to the next graphic. Hurricane hunters are in here right now, and it just passed through the eye area and found, kick it over to the next one because we have the 6 o'clock report here. Not that one. Go one more. That was, I was just playing with. There we go. We had pressure at 947 millibars. Well, the Hurricane Hunter just picked up estimated extrapolated pressure at 937. So that would translate to probably an increase maybe up to 155. So this is getting very close to a Category 5 storm. And again, it's already worst case scenario for southwest Louisiana, historically speaking, and adding more fuel to the fire right here. We're going to get updated track position in about 15-20 minutes or so. The 7 o'clock usually comes in before 7, but the National Hurricane Center is evaluating that recon data. They're trying to verify if these extrapolated pressures are right, but I saw 939, 938, 937 at the 7, then back to 939. So that's lower than this. So we're going to see a change in the sustained winds more than likely, and at least 150 to 155. We do have a live shot, I'm being told, of Galveston Beach here, and there you are. You're looking at the piers. This is courtesy of our ABC affiliate, KTRK in Houston, and you can see the water lapping up against the shoreline here as we look down toward Galveston. And I'm thinking, is this the seawall here? It's hard to tell. Yeah, there's a seawall there, but you see the water beginning to lap up, and a lot of folks there just out of curiosity looking. But fortunately, this area down in Galveston is not going to see conditions anywhere near what they're going to see over toward Beaumont, Port Arthur, Orange, Texas. But here's a live look in the overcast clouds out there, and I got to get in touch with some of my folks I know that are setting up cameras. We're going to have a lot more visuals coming your way, we hope, as we go down the road. But once again, this is a very intense hurricane, and hurricane hunters finding pressure 10 millibars lower, so we are still in the process of a rapid intensification cycle, and you do not want to see this when you're roughly 5 or 6 hours away from landfall, because this storm will deepen. If the pressure drops, the winds will begin to catch up, if not already catching up. The hurricane hunters found 150 mile an hour winds at lower levels perhaps in this storm, so we're going to see this upgraded to 150 or 155 coming up on the 7 o'clock bulletin. I'd be willing to wager that with that kind of pressure drop. So on the verge of a Category 5 storm here just hours before landfall. Guys?
It's tough to hear, to say the very least, Rob. I saw your reaction when you got the information in the weather lab. I saw your face change and knew it was something that was not going to be what we wanted to hear, but what we have to hear so that we can stay informed on the developments with Laura. So thank you for that update, Rob. Possible Cat 5 at landfall, Jim.
Yeah, unreal just to hear that. And that goes back to just how we all woke up today with that advisory from the National Hurricane Center, that unsurvivable storm surge, a warning that, we talked to Rob about. That's something that he just doesn't really hear very often either. But again, everybody, we have a little bit of a window of opportunity. Landfall after midnight, around 1:40. Rob, was that the last check for landfall?
Landfall is going to be somewhere around, we're thinking it's going to be close to about anywhere between 1 and 2 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah, so here we are, 6:30. There is still time. If you're watching us right now and you have not gotten out, now is the time to do so.
Absolutely.
All righty, well, moving on, Rob, we're going to give you a quick break. We have Jeff Davis Parish PIO with the Sheriff's Office, Chris Ivey, joining us. Thank you so much for being with us right now. Tell us, how have things been? Are deputies assisting ahead of the storm at this point? Are things pretty clear there now?
It's clouding up. The winds are picking up a little bit, but they're not at that dangerous stage yet. We're still responding and patrolling the area, handling calls. When the winds get over 35 miles an hour, we'll call all the patrolmen in, and they'll be stationed in some locations where they'll be safe until the storm passes.
What are some of the things you are seeing as they're still out there responding and patrolling the area?
A lot of people have changed their minds, I guess, and they're starting to pack up and head out, evacuate, but there still seems to be a lot of people that have stayed behind and planning on riding out the storm.
Riding out this storm. Well, it's good to hear that some people are at least doing what's necessary to get out of harm's way. As the night continues and things intensify, what are you telling those who are staying put in Jeff Davis Parish?
Just to let them know that there won't be any emergency services to respond, that once the wind gets up over 40 miles an hour, it's too dangerous for our people to come out to try to get to them. So if they're staying, they need to get inside, secure structure, and stay there until the storm passes. Once it passes tomorrow morning in daylight, and we can safely get out, we'll have a patrol start going around the area. And I'm sure the first things they'll have to do is, work around down trees, power lines, to get the roadways open so that they can respond to calls.
Is 911 the best option for people who may need some help tomorrow?
Yes, of course. We've actually moved our 911 operators into our new jail because it's rated for 140 mile an hour wind, and so they've been moved to that location, and they'll be monitoring the phones throughout the night for 911 and our regular calls to the sheriff's office.
The big takeaways from Jeff Davis Parish right now: response and patrols continuing at this point, but they will slow down once winds pick up. Best option, if you're staying there, to call 911 for emergency response tomorrow. Things are safe with 911. They've been moved to the parish jail that is ready to take on at least 140 mile an hour winds. Chris Ivy with the Jeff Davis Parish Sheriff's Office, thank you so much for joining us now. We'll be keeping in touch with you throughout the night into tomorrow and the days to come.
Sure. Thank you.
You all take care. You as well. Bye-bye.
And Marcel, the impacts of Hurricane Laura expected to be felt not only in Louisiana, but Texas as well. Let's get a check of the conditions now. Correspondent Camilla Bernal is joining us from Beaumont tonight.
A dire warning.
If you have the chance to evacuate now, please do so.
Amid a dire forecast.
Hurricane is going to be quite severe, very powerful winds with a strong impact.
Hurricane Laura is intensifying in the Gulf of Mexico, likely to make landfall near the Texas-Louisiana border as a major Category 4 storm overnight. Gulf Coast residents are bracing for heavy rain, high winds, and tornadoes.
We wish for the best, but prepare for the worst.
But what has officials most concerned is the potential for a storm surge of up to 20 feet.
Understand, we're talking about unsurvivable storm surge.
The storm's power, coupled with low-lying geography, could lead to a devastating impact.
There is no way to be certain that if you live through Rita and that you're hunkering down today in an area that there was an evacuation notice, that you will survive.
State and federal resources are mobilizing throughout the region.
For the first time in many years, we have activated the entire National Guard.
This as the Gulf Coast braces for the worst.
There are going to be neighborhoods, there's going to be places, whether it be rural or in a town, that are going to be unrecognizable.
In Beaumont, I'm Camila Bernal reporting.
Well, a little closer here at home, Iberia Parish officials are asking residents to consider a voluntary evacuation in the next little while that you have to possibly get out. Parish President Larry Richard had an emergency news conference earlier where he encouraged anyone living south of Highway 90 or south of Highway 14 to evacuate now. He says the parish is prepared despite how unpredictable this storm has been.
So we're very well ready, I think, for whatever is going to happen to Iberia Parish. But listen, this is something that's unpredictable, so we don't know where this hurricane is going to hit. It's forecast to hit around Cameron, but you don't really know exactly what's going to happen because it's not here yet. But we try to prepare for the unknown, and that's where we're at right now in Iberia Parish.
And Richard has also put in place a mandatory evacuation order in the town of Delcombe. We talked to the mayor there in Delcombe as well earlier today, saying this is not the first rodeo, but still they do want to get everybody out who does need to be out. And a curfew for Delcombe will also be taking effect tonight at 8 o'clock, so just over an hour to go before that curfew takes effect. It'll last through 5 a.m. tomorrow.
And Governor Edwards, of course, addressing search and rescue efforts and response to the storm. That will be the search and rescue that will be underway right after Laura has moved in. The governor said state organizations are prepared with equipment and vehicles, along with resources coming in from other states.
We do believe that there will be extensive search and rescue following this storm. And that's why we're asking people to depopulate the area, evacuate, to minimize the number of people that we have to then rescue from very dangerous conditions. But we do anticipate that search and rescue will be forthcoming. As soon as it's safe to do so, you should know that with the National Guard, Wildlife and Fisheries, the Fire Marshal's Office, and assistance we're getting from around the country with urban search and rescue, we will have a very robust effort that will start as quickly as we are able to do that.
Meanwhile, in Texas, the governor there warning that time is running out if you want to evacuate.
We anticipate the onset of the tropical storm force winds to hit Texas around 7 p.m. tonight, and then landfall of Laura should occur around 1 a.m. tonight, and people in that area will be dealing with the ravages of that storm for about a few more hours, but we do anticipate the storm being out of Texas by tomorrow night. Beginning about 9 a.m. tomorrow morning, we will begin the process of going in and going through rescues. But it's important for people to know that from about 7 p.m. tonight until about 9 a.m. in the morning, it will be a little bit of a lockdown time period for the ability of rescuers and aiders to get in and to provide support for anybody in the local regions. And so we urge everybody who may be in harm's way to take these few last hours to get out of harm's way. And it may only be a day or two that you are required to be out of harm's way. But because of the power of this storm, if you are unable or do not get out of harm's way, the reality is for almost a 24-hour time period, there will be no ability for rescuers or aiders to get in and assist you in any way.
The impacts of Hurricane Laura, again, Louisiana and Texas. And Marcel, we have more breaking news when it comes to the storm.
Yeah, we just heard Rob say breaking news, so we're going to head over to him. Rob, what's the latest?
Well, yeah, we just got the 7 o'clock bulletin in, and Damien Richard there taking that wide shot. That's pretty cool. That's I'm on the green screen there, so that's how we show you the weather, and it gives you the clarity. Again, the storm moving northward. We told you we saw Hurricane Hunter pressure data as low as 937. Well, National Hurricane Center down to 940, and more importantly, here we go. Winds are at 150, sustained winds at 150. That makes it just 6 miles an hour shy of a Category 5 storm. So a devastating hurricane, Category 4 storm, expected to make landfall at the same intensity, maybe closer to 155. Now, again, we're not going to get a new forecast track. Are they saying anything in the bulletin there, Bradley?
They're saying that additional strengthening could be possible before landfall.
So additional strengthening could be possible before landfall, and landfall is going to be roughly about midnight, 2 o'clock in the morning. Then it's going to start to weaken, but devastating conditions on the way, as we've been talking about, and the storm surge is going to be just absolutely horrendous with this system. Catastrophic storm surge on the way, and what we've been saying, again, I think this forecast track on this graph model looks very representative of what's going to be happening later on tonight. This model bringing us to landfall right around midnight, give or take. Again, when the outer eye wall, the northern part of the eye wall, gets on the coast, that's officially when the storm makes landfall. So that'll be coming up later on tonight, and we'll be watching those tropical rain bands coming through us. So again, we talked about the Laura impacts. Just want to bring you up to date on the radar imagery here, and we'll get to that in just a bit. We should show you first off the water vapor imagery. And this is what's guiding this on its track right now. It's upper level low. This is the same feature kind of that interrupted Marco, but backed off to the north and west. So we have that there. We have a high pressure ridge over the southeast United States. So it's finding the path of least resistance. These are winds at 500 millibars, which is roughly 18,000 feet. And you can see the upper level part of the storm, maybe a little bit tilted here, but these wind particles may not be catching up with the center of the storm. storm, but we see it quite clearly on the radar this evening. Again, here is our donut, that eye wall that likely has red going all the way around it. But again, the radars can't see through all this rain coming from the Houston Doppler, from the Lake Charles Doppler. Any Doppler is not getting it. Wish we had a Doppler somewhere down here so we could see it this way. But those outer rain bands now beginning to work their way onto coastal Louisiana. And you can see how things have been rolling, mainly more north-northwest than northwest, but that last official bulletin had it still going northwest. Am I wrong on that, Bradley? Just want to make sure, make sure that we're right on that. But it's moving, it looks like, a little bit more north of northwest. So again, it doesn't take a scientist to tell you that this thing is heading for Cameron Parish. Where it hits in the parish, yet to be determined. But everybody in Acadiana has to be ready for these tropical rain bands that are coming in. They're edging into coastal St. Mary Parish along the coast here. I notice the winds are beginning to pick up, and we'll take a check next time we get off the air. I'll take a look at all these readings along the coastline, but they're already starting to come up to tropical storm strength in this outer rain band, and that outer rain band is gaining latitude. It's working its way through the coastal parishes, so it'll be reaching Lafayette. Here we are pushing 7 o'clock, probably about 8:30 or 9 o'clock this evening. So you can see that a little bit more clearly. A couple of more isolated cells, mainly across northern portions of Acadiana, but here comes the rain and here comes the wind. It's going to be coming in gradually as the night wears on. Those winds will begin to slowly amp up, coming to a crescendo starting around midnight and then staying amped up through the night and then beginning to die down after daybreak tomorrow morning. But between midnight and about 7 a.m., it is going to be a very rough go, not only for our friends in southwest Louisiana, where it's going to be devastating, but here in Acadiana, we are going to have hurricane conditions probably on par with what we saw. The last biggish hurricane that came through here was Gustav in 08. The last biggish hurricane to produce a storm surge along the coast was Ike, both in 08, and they were, by the way, 10 days apart. And then Hurricane Rita. Well, this is going to be the storm of in the history books for southwest Louisiana, surpassing the damage by Audrey back in 57. And mind you, we have a lot more built up than we did in 57 across southwest Louisiana. And Rita kind of set the new benchmark for that storm surge. This one is going to up that benchmark to another level with an incredible storm surge, as we indicated, 15 to 20 feet on the Cameron coastline. And just for reference, Holly Beach, I went down to Holly Beach about a month after Hurricane Rita, and there are a few poles in the sand, but that was all that was left of all the camps that were down there on the beach and within stone's throw of the beach, within a block or two of the beach. Everything was wiped clean, and unfortunately that will probably happen again.
Yeah, going to be a tough few hours, tough few days.
Yeah. Right.
Weeks, months ahead for sure. Rob, I know it's about 6:50 right now. Are you expecting another update at 7, or was that?
That was the 7 o'clock bulletin. We'll probably get close to the top of the hour new fixes on the center of the storm as we're in radar range, but we probably won't get an intensity update till 10 o'clock tonight unless the National Hurricane Center is seeing, oh, you know what, we can't wait till 10 o'clock. Let's up this to 155 or a Cat 5 storm. So we'll be watching for that throughout the night. We got the printer just printing it automatically. We just step off the screen, grab it there, and of course
I see Bradley is standing by too. I think he has something to add.
Rob, I'm not sure what the last bulletin was, but here it's now moving north-northwest.
North-northwest. Okay, yeah, let me just get into that. I didn't point that out. Okay, that kind of is pretty much in line with what we've been saying. Instead of northwest, north-northwest. And if anything, it's going to stay on that track, or maybe even go a little bit more northward. So I think we might be seeing a little bit more of an eastward landfall than what this forecast track is indicating. So I don't think this track has changed, no, because they had this pretty much going in right by extreme western Cameron Parish. So maybe more towards central Cameron, but that means the eye wall is going to be more involved with not only Jeff Davis Parish, is going to see higher winds, but those higher winds are going to expand for the rest of us as well. So coming up in about 2 or 3 hours, we're going to have new suites of models, but I'm going to start digging up some of the hourly high-resolution rapid refresh runs. I do have wind forecast products on that, and we'll see if that model is keeping up with the data that we're seeing right now. But mind you, it is very difficult to get the data that we just posted here in a computer model and then get it to crunch. It usually takes a few hour process, but we'll talk more about that in the updates to come. But look out, it's coming, and it's going to come in with one of the biggest wallops that the Louisiana coastline is seeing in a very, very long time. And you know, I've been doing weather here for 32 years. This is going to be in the top storms of, I mean, Katrina was obviously bad, but just speaking about wind dynamics and storm surge alone and the intensity of this storm at this point so close to the coast, this is going to be the top storm that Louisiana has seen in 40, 50, 60 years, maybe even more than that, going beyond Hurricane Audrey, maybe on par with a 1940 hurricane. But again, you get back before the 70s, for that matter, we didn't have satellite, we didn't observe as well, so the records are a little bit sketchier. But in modern times, late 20th century, 21st century, this is going to be the storm, the way it's looking up right now.
So Rob, before we move on, we see north-northwest at 15 miles per hour. Is that a quick-moving storm?
It's moving pretty smartly, and at this point we want it to move as fast as possible. But when it entered the Gulf of Mexico, it was moving about 20. But all along, when it's been going through this rapid intensification cycle through the overnight and during the day, it's been running right around 15 miles an hour. So that's a good clip. That means it's going to come in and go out at a pretty good clip. That is good because you don't want to be subject to 20 or 30 inches of rain. You're going to get your 5 to 15 guaranteed, but it's going to be in and out pretty quickly. And again, that time frame is going to be primarily between, for populated areas that are evacuated, the populated areas are going to see the big conditions probably between midnight and 6 a.m.
Well, if there's a good thing, it's the fact that it's moving quickly.
We'll
take whatever good news we can get at this point.
That's all we got right now. That's all we got for you.
Thank you, Rob.
We'll let you go take a look at more of that data. And a reminder to everybody, with power outages, a real possibility tonight. Make sure your phones, your devices are all charged right now. And download the KATC app. We'll be broadcasting on air as long as we can. And we're streaming this broadcast over to our devices, over to our social media pages, your smart TVs as well. But again, with power outages, a real possibility. It's your mobile devices that you're probably going to be dependent on tonight, and into tomorrow morning. And throughout our full wall-to-wall coverage, you can also listen to KATC on the radio right now on Talk Radio 960 AM. They'll be streaming our coverage live. We'll be here all night and into tomorrow as Hurricane Laura continues to make its way to Louisiana and Acadiana.
We keep telling you where you can find us because we want to make sure that when things change, you know where to go so you can stay informed. We keep saying it over and over and over again. We want to make sure as people are joining us and wrapping up their evenings and just getting home, you're seeing us right now on KATC. You're watching us on television, majority of you, and on our social media pages as well. We just want to make sure that you know where to go when you need this information as this night continues, because as we keep hearing, things are changing minute by minute and not for the better at this point. We just want to make sure that you know we are here. You know where to find us to get the information you need. Moving on now, preparations for Laura were ramped up in lower parts of Acadia Parish this morning. From Highway 13 to Lions Point, residents like the Myers, who had chosen not to board up their windows yesterday, changed their minds as Laura strengthened and did just that. Preparations continued with families in Morse and Esterwood. A number of people telling us hurricanes are scary enough, but Laura hitting at night, that definitely turns up the anxiety.
That's the only real thought that I have that has me nervous. It's going to come through at night, and you can't see nothing when that happens. So all you can do is hope for the best.
It sure does. It makes me really nervous. I'm not looking forward to it at all, but I hope that it's not too bad, and I hope that everybody stays safe.
Let's head out live now, take a look at Lake Charles. We are expecting to be the epicenter of the storm. That camera mounted on the bridge there in Calcasieu Parish, already rattling from the winds. Marcel.
It really is. That bridge, for many people, if you don't like bridges, and that one alone is scary enough for drivers on a nice day. Yeah. Better yet, as Laura approaches. So there's the view there. Our reporter Chris Welty is in Lake Charles and will be as he and our crew and so many others ride out Laura in that area. He's joining us live with more. Chris.
Hey guys, we're at I-10 and US 171 here in Lake Charles, and for the most part, there's really no traffic on the road, so that's definitely some good news that people are starting to either hunker down or they're already hitting the road to evacuate out of Lake Charles. Now, we're going to step out of frame and just get you a better shot. Now, as we were getting to this live shot location, you might be able to see that there's an 18-wheeler that's sort of off to the side of I-10 here. It looks like it crashed into a ditch when we were pulling up. They did have fire crews out there, but it appears that everyone was okay in that crash. It's unclear, though, if that 18-wheeler veered off the road because of any type of wind gust or anything like that. The winds are starting to slowly pick up. We have seen some people on the interstate pulling their trailers, and actually there's a pickup truck driving right now loaded down with a trailer, and we did see some RVs leaving down the interstate as well. And also, I thought it was really interesting noticing some of the car dealerships. There's so many car dealerships off of I-10 here in Lake Charles and the 210 area as well. And it looked like they pushed a lot of the vehicles closer together, almost touching. That way, they won't be blowing around, and they did move some of those vehicles to higher ground. Now, here in Lake Charles, of course, we're expecting devastating storm surge and catastrophic damage from Hurricane Laura. And a lot of people here, they're heeding the warnings, they're boarding up. But earlier we did talk to a few people that are planning to stay. And right before we got to this live shot location, we did see some people putting some more boards on windows, and some were even spray painting messages. Live in Lake Charles, Chris Welty, KATC TV3.
Imagine
reality.
those messages.
Yeah, the
Go
reality of
away,
what we
Laura.
deal with. We saw that a lot after Rita and Katrina, people spray painting where they were going and phone numbers and that kind of thing. So when folks come looking, they know where to find them.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's talk about some of the other curfews and evacuation orders that are in effect across Acadiana. Everybody, as soon as this stuff comes in, we have a whole team here at KATC really working to make sure we're up to date on web and social, so you can find that over at katc.com/curfews. Starting tonight, Iberia Parish, 9 o'clock until 6 a.m. That one happening until further notice. Then in St. Martin Parish, moving on there Wednesday, tonight, and tomorrow, 8 p.m. to 7 a.m. And then also into Friday, we could still be seeing the effects of Hurricane Laura into Friday. There are curfews planned for Acadia Parish as well, just really all across Acadiana, Marcel.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, the curfews are in some areas have days, and others say until further notice. It's just best to stay where you are. We heard the state trooper Thomas Gosson mention that, you know, going out and looking after it's over is not suggested. We know everyone wants to see. That's what we're here for. You will see it in the days to come. Many of us will live through it in the days to come. So if you can stay put for as long as you can, do so. If you need help, 911 is your best option, even though we know emergency responders and law enforcement officials will have to hunker down just like the rest of us at the height of this storm. But as soon as things alleviate just a little bit and get a little easier, they will be out to give any aid that is necessary.
And for those people who are staying in areas where they have been asked to leave, the warning is they will not be able to help you once it gets so bad. Look at this storm. I mean, it is approaching a Cat 5 storm right now. The message we heard from Vermilion Parish Sheriff Mike Couvion, really grim, but that's the reality of what we heard down there. Is they're saying, write your name, write your next of kin on a piece of paper, put it in a Ziploc bag, and put it in your pocket. That's how desperate this situation is right now. So if you are in one of these areas where officials have asked you to get out, it's for your own safety, but it's also for the safety of first responders, because they're not going to be able to get to you. And chances are, even when the storm passes, conditions are still going to be bad. There's going to be flooding. It's just going to be a challenge. You're creating a challenge for the system. So that advice really needs to be followed. And here we are, just hitting 7 o'clock, the top of the hour. There is still a little window of opportunity to do so safely.
Yeah, that window is getting smaller and smaller as the hours go by. So if you are planning to, now is the time to do so. You know, with this storm, we have a measuring stick, so to speak, in not that far distant past with Hurricane Rita in this area, and we know what people dealt with during and after that storm. And so if you had issues and you flooded and you dealt with difficulty and you couldn't get out and there were days before you got power and those kind of things, you really need to take into consideration. I know we sound like broken records a little bit, but it's just that important that if you have the opportunity, there's a very small window left for you to go ahead, pick up what you can, and move to safer ground. That is, like Jim said, we're facing a Category 5 storm that's going to change history here in South Louisiana.
Let's check at how the storm is already having an impact across the state as well. A mandatory evacuation order is in effect for Terrebonne Parish, which is beginning to feel the effects of the hurricane. The streets already beginning to flood in what we assume are low-lying areas there. Deputies are patrolling the roads to prevent people from driving through those floodwaters.
And we've seen Terrebonne Parish be impacted by severe storms before, and there's no exceptions with Laura. Floodwaters are high at the Cocodrie floodgate, and mandatory evacuations in effect for the village. As early as 9 o'clock this morning, water levels at the floodgate had risen by 4 feet. That was as of 9 o'clock this morning. The storm surge in the area already starting to cover parts of Highway 56.
And first responders in Florida are making their way to Louisiana to help out in the relief in the aftermath of Hurricane Laura.
Yeah, that's one of those things we know about our area and their area.
The Florida Emergency Operations Center for PPE. First responders are now on the way to help recovery efforts from Hurricane Laura.
And we're doing what Louisiana has done for us in the past. We're deploying out our Urban Search and Rescue Task Force 4 out of Central Florida.
The task force will spend 2 weeks in the area, starting with Baton Rouge. In tow, all-terrain vehicles, boats, even portable showers.
For that aspect, and any aspect that we may have to, if it's high-angle rescue, water rescue, collapsed buildings, we have the capabilities of being able to provide that. So whatever mission comes our way, we should be able to handle it.
Tasks include going door to door 4 times in a row.
People don't want to leave their stuff. So you know what? We will then go again, and then go again, and go a final time 4 times, on 4 separate days to go out and ensure that those individuals are truly in a safe place.
And even just taking up everyday tasks.
And they'll assist in fire stations, that fire stations still have families that live and breathe inside those, and they got to take care of their own homes.
Ultimately, we want to make sure that everybody that may have been in harm's way is accounted for, and answers are given for any loved ones that may have loved ones that are missing.
With Florida still feeling the impacts of Hurricane Michael from 2018, this mission is hitting close to home for the state's CFO, Jimmy Petronas.
And it's easy for me to get emotional because when Hurricane Michael hit, we had every task force in the state of Florida deployed to Northwest Florida. In addition, Louisiana sent over 200 of their own to go door to door and assist with the recovery and life-saving essential services.
Well, that's just what we do. Those of us who live along the Gulf, we know what happens in times like this, and they help us, we help them. That speaks volumes about not only utility companies and emergency responders, but people in neighboring states take care of each other as well.
And also leaving their families, getting over here to help us out. It's really remarkable when times like this happen. You can always count on your neighbors. I think there's a message there. Let's head back out live to Lake Charles, everybody. We have this live shot from a camera that's well above the I-10 bridge. Marcel, this is a bridge I wouldn't want to drive on when there's a breeze.
Yeah, there are some studies and efforts being done to help with the structure of that bridge and the security of that bridge on an everyday basis. But in the midst of this storm, we're not sure what those emergency responders are doing there.
Yeah.
We're not sure if this is in response to the storm or if there's, we just don't know at this point. We are
They
working.
could be prepared to shut it down.
Right, exactly.
Yeah.
It could be in preparation of a shutdown. We don't know that. That is not confirmed yet. At this point, we are working to find out what that is about. But you are looking at the bridge there in Lake Charles. Our Chris Welty is in that area as well, keeping an eye on things there. Lake Charles, an area that's expected to be heavily impacted in what's being called an unsurvivable storm.
And just look at the water. You could see some ripples in the water. I believe that.
I mean, even the camera moving.
It's the camera quality, but I would imagine it is ripples in the water just from the winds that are starting to pick up there in Calcasieu Parish. And like you said, the camera alone just shaking. This is a bridge. It is intimidating when you drive over it and you drive up to it, just the peak of it. But yeah, on a breezy day, it's not very comfortable driving over it when you have a storm as strong as Hurricane Laura approaching.
Yeah. And as soon as we know what those emergency responders are about, we will, of course, let you know. We talked to state police earlier. At this point, I-10 is still open. That will probably change, but at this moment in time, I-10 is still open. We did hear that from state police a little earlier.
All right.
We're
All
updating scripts and getting new information and people talking to us in our ears. So sorry, we were both listening
if we pause,
in that moment.
We're both listening. That's right.
Weather lab, if you guys want to what's in your ear. I do have gusts to 48 at Vermilion Bay at Sippermore Point, 48 mile-an-hour gusts. So there's your tropical storm force winds.
Those are current.
That's the.
Those are
There you
current.
are,
On the
Rob.
faraway camera there. That's at current at Sippermore Point, 48 mile-an-hour winds. Freshwater City, which is just south of Intracoastal City, gusts 42. And also at Freshwater City, I was just looking at the tidal gauge there, and the tidal gauge just spiked 7 feet above tide prediction level.
Wow.
And what is really scary is that high tide here is not coming until later on tonight, 2 o'clock in the morning, just about when the highest surge is going to come in. So we're already seeing floodwater inundating the areas such as Intracoastal City, likely, Freshwater City, and more than likely Sippermore Point. And I'm going to see if I can get some information specifically on Sippermore Point coming up here in a little bit. But this storm, as you see on the graphic, down to 940 millibars. I'm looking at the Hurricane Hunter, and it is just about going to pass through the storm again. In fact, let me throw this up on whoever's directing. Why don't you just take the Doppler computer? Because this will show you where the airplane is. And this was the last pass through here. And this is kind of what had Bradley and I kind of gasping when we were looking at these extrapolated surface pressures. And again, the windup was the National Hurricane Center went with 940 millibars. And this is essentially a hurricane reconnaissance. You search a hurricane reconnaissance KML, get a Google Earth, and you can see the Hurricane Hunter flying through the storm. So this Hurricane Hunter is actually a NOAA plane, came out of Tampa. Looks like they checked out something down here. This may have been another search and rescue. We had that with Cristobal not too long ago. So interesting that it did divert up through by Salt Point here. And I'll see if I can find out about that through my Twitter feed. But then the plane flies through this area. This is where they figured the center to be. You can see where the winds are light. This is right in the center of the storm. And we take maybe this one observation point here, and then we get a slew of data that shows us the pressure and everything that's going on here. Flight level, dew point, sea surface temperature, just a whole lot of information. So this is what I'm looking at right now while I'm sitting here in the weather lab. I'm just kind of waiting for this plane to eventually come back and crisscross through the center, which is probably over here now. You see how they're flying, and they're going to go west. They essentially fly what's called delta patterns, and this is a delta pattern, like a triangle right here. They're going to fly north like this, then they're going to come this way, then they're going to come this way, and it's going to look like a daisy or a flower petal after all is said and done. But nonetheless, let's get back to the graphic system. I could just kind of pump it back, and the main story is we've been watching this, and I commented to Bradley, and you look at the latitude longitude lines. This is moving not only north-northwest, but it almost looks like this is every 5 minutes a new image. So it could be part of a wobble, but it is looking like it's gaining due north latitude here, and the eye will probably cross this latitude line. Let me just put this here so I could just illustrate it as well. But this is making a beeline. Just follow this up to the north. It's probably going to get very close to east of Cameron, which may save Cameron from maybe a super bad storm surge. But look at that, Grand Chenier right now. This is going to make landfall somewhere between Grand Chenier and Cameron based on what we're seeing here. Let's just get over to the radar data, and we'll take a real close look at that as well. But boy, that is a foreboding looking eye there, and you get a little parallax issue here. We'll kind of shift this so we're looking directly down into it. And you can see it's been moving almost more of a northerly than even a north-northwesterly direction. So that's not for us to call. It could be just a short-term wobble. But bringing the radar up, and we kind of see the same thing here, where it's pretty much gaining gaining latitude more than it's gaining any western longitude. And we look, maybe it's starting to wobble. And maybe we're beginning to see what's could be the beginning of an eye wall replacement cycle. This essentially means this eye wall that we're seeing on here will begin to collapse, and we'll start to see maybe a new eye wall form out a little bit further out. But seeing it wobble a little bit, but also what's going on, as soon as these big outer rain bands start interacting with land, that introduces friction into the storm, and it's like little teeny tiny speed bumps that the storm is starting to feel. So maybe we're going to max out at 150, but with that pressure dropping, we'll see what the next recon flight looks like, and we'll keep an eye on the look of the center of this storm, looking not quite as circular as it did earlier on this loop. This is a 4-hour loop right here, so we'll watch that. But we do notice those tropical rain bands where we are reporting 48-mile-an-hour winds. That's right here at Sipermore Point, 42 over here at Freshwater City. So, and this is where the tide is up 7 feet now. So that's where we're starting to see tropical storm conditions. So you could pretty much draw a line right here. This is the beginning of tropical storm conditions right here that we're showing you right here. And they are working their way inland with this storm, and it's only going to get busier. And unfortunately, the worst of this storm is going to come in when it's pitch dark. Also, by the way, notice we have a couple of tornado warnings going over toward Baton Rouge. Look at this. These are outer rain bands very far away from the storm, and we have 2 tornado warnings going, one north of Baton Rouge right now, and I'm querying that. That's in effect till 8:15. And then we have this other tornado warning here over by the Hammond area. That's till 8 o'clock tonight. And again, these are just short-lived tornadoes that we have a lot of difficulty in seeing their rotation. In fact, if I just even switch this over to velocity data, we're probably not going to see a whole lot, and we're not. I don't see a whole lot showing up here that, just a few things. But this is what makes the National Weather Service so valuable to us here in the Weather Lab. They have a man or woman on the radar 24 hours watching the radar and watching for these little guys, these little girls, whatever you want to call a gender-neutral spin-up tornado that just moves from the southeast to the northwest. And they spin up so fastly that we can barely track them. And before we can even warn people about them, they're done spinning up. But these are the tornado warnings that we have going right now. No other warnings. We have a tornado watch for all of Acadia. You see all this red outline area. This is a tornado watch, and that is in effect till 9 o'clock tonight. So we're going to have those as well, but they are going to take a backseat to a storm that is already an EF3, EF4 tornado in the form of a Category 4, almost Category 5 hurricane that's bearing down on the Cameron Parish coastline. Yeah, go ahead.
As far as the eye is concerned, a wider eye is better, or a tighter, narrower eye? Like how do you know which is a better thing for us to see?
Well, you want a wider eye, generally speaking, but just to give you an idea, this eye diameter is roughly about 20 miles in diameter. And that's actually a pretty good size eye. But what we have observed over the last several years between Rita and Katrina had a 30-mile wide eye when it was 170, 180 miles an hour, which is remarkable. Usually you see these eyes getting smaller and smaller as you have what's called conservation of angular momentum. With Hurricane Camille that hit over here in Mississippi, that had an 8-mile wide diameter eye. Wow. So traditionally, the smaller the eye, the more intense the storm is, but we've seen these storms that go through rapid intensification cycles, and I don't know if it's just my observational trend or truly maybe some sort of climate signal that we are looking at these eyes that are pretty big. Usually you want them to be big and disorganized. That's why I like to see this wobbling around a little bit and not looking as circular or concentric. That means there's something going on here, and maybe the beginning of maybe what we call an eye wall replacement cycle. But also, you got to watch lightning. Lightning means it's still very intense, and this is the worst part of the eye wall right now, is where we're seeing this lightning going on, and that's where you're going to have your sustained winds in the 140 to 150 range, and may see gusts even greater than that. And I'm going to see if we got any platforms out there. Unfortunately, most of the offshore platforms that are out in the Gulf of Mexico, they're pretty much evacuated and shut down, so we don't get weather data from them, but we do have a couple of buoys out here, and I'll take a look to see if I can see any buoy data that could be germane to this. But earlier today, we had the storm crossing a buoy, and it was all way over 30-foot seas where the buoy was, and I'm going to see if there's anything out there that would give us any more data, but I'll get back with you on I'll get back with you on that, guys.
All right.
Okay, we know where to find you.
We do,
Right.
yeah.
You know where I am.
We appreciate it, Rob. Well, let's head back out live. So Lake Charles, now we have that live shot of I-10, and we see some police activity. We have heard back, we have confirmed there was actually a crash on the right-bound lane that you see there. I'm not sure if we're looking at which side of the interstate here, but again, the I-10 bridge, there was a vehicle crash. It is down to one lane. I'm not sure which side is down to one lane, eastbound or westbound, but they are not preparing to close down the interstate right now. We were wondering that with when we saw some police activity, but it does look like they do have a towing crew in front of one of those police units out there. But again, a vehicle crash, no word on any injuries, but one side of the interstate is down to one lane, and traffic, as you see there, is passing in that area. Well, all day today we have heard from some people who, despite the seriousness of this storm, have said they are not leaving, they are staying where they are. Perhaps they've changed their mind now as this storm has intensified throughout the day. Some people have cited their past experiences. We were in Lake Arthur, and some people there have said the fact that their homes are still standing after riding out so many storms has actually weighed into their decision.
We stayed, I don't remember the names. Rita we left, but the other ones that weren't so bad, we stayed, yes. We've had experience with hurricanes before. I know we stayed here when there were 100 miles an hour wind, and it was okay, you know.
Well, the president of Entergy is warning customers to expect massive power outages as Laura makes her way on shore. This is very important, and he says it just underscores why you need to be prepared now. He says it could be some time, even weeks, before power is restored to some customers in some areas.
So I think it's important to know that based upon Hurricane Laura's current forecast, customers may see extended power outages given the intensity of this storm. And it's worth noting that we have additional measures that are necessary for our crews to follow as a result of COVID-19. The bottom line is, given the intensity, some of the hardest hit areas are likely to experience power outages for weeks.
Well, Entergy has nearly 10,000 resources ready to begin restoring power once Laura passes. Crews from more than 20 states are already on standby to help as well. Well, right now we're going to head out to Chris Davis, who's been in Acadia Parish taking care of storm coverage there. Chris, what can you tell us?
Hey, Marcel, you know, we're still here on Adams Avenue here in Rain, where we're seeing some examples of businesses that are tried their best to be able to be prepared for whatever comes next. You can see this boutique store has boarded up all their windows. They also have some sandbags here at each of their doors. You know, that brings up a point that Rain Volunteer Fire Department actually told me earlier today. They said that they actually are a little bit concerned about localized flooding. They don't think the storm surge will impact them because they're 50 miles inland, but there may be so much rain that comes along with this that could impact some, you know, ponding and puddling on roads. Another big concern, obviously, is the wind, which is why you do have the boarding up on the windows, but then also these power lines along so many of the roads are certainly a concern. They think that they may spend a lot of tomorrow trying to clear roadways that may be blocked because of the straight line winds that come along this way and along with this storm. So we're actually embedded this evening and into tomorrow with the Rain Volunteer Fire Department. They're trying to do all that they can to make sure that they are prepared for whatever comes next. Of course, and as we've said all night, and we'll say it once again, once this storm hits, once it makes landfall, it's going to be really tricky for them to be able to respond to a lot of these calls. So you may be on your own known for several hours. That's why this evacuation urge was really so serious when they first initially put it out there, especially here in the Rain area. So we'll continue to keep an eye on everything here, and as we see more and as the system starts to move in, we'll come back to you.
Davis reporting live there in Rain for us, and Chris mentioned the potential of some power outages, and right now CLECO is encouraging its customers to make their final preparations as Hurricane Laura gets closer. Some tips for weathering the storm: your hurricane kit should include flashlights, a battery-powered radio, and extra batteries. Remember, we are broadcasting on 960 AM, and make sure cell phones and other devices are fully charged. To report a power outage, you can call 1-800-622-6537.
Planning on evacuating in the next couple of hours, here's some things you should keep in mind. Identify several places you can go. If you haven't done that already, identify several places you can go, like a friend's home or maybe even a motel that you booked. Pick places in different directions. At this point, you should kind of know where you're heading. If you have pets, remember most public shelters only allow service animals, so that's something to consider when you're figuring something out. What you're going to do with your pet, because they are members of our families. The FEMA app has a list of open shelters. People have been asking about shelters, and with COVID-19, you don't see shelters like you hear normally during a hurricane because they just aren't open because of social distancing practices and the mandates that are in place. The FEMA app has a list of shelter information, so there you go for that. Take an emergency kit, including food, water, flashlight, first aid, extra batteries, important family documents. Follow recommended evacuation routes. Don't try and take any shortcuts. You never know what you're going to run into when you're going out on an adventure. This is not the time to be adventurous. Come up with a family reunification plan. If you are separated, if you know certain members of your family are heading north, others are heading, west or east, make sure you know where people are going and you have a plan to be able to get back in touch with them. And lastly, stay in contact with local officials for up-to-date information on what's happening in your area and when you will be able to come home and start the cleanup process and move on.
Yeah, I think I'm planning to shack up. I think here at the station we all are. We had to pack our bags. I know I've got about maybe 4 days.
I brought my
worth.
Suitcase Monday.
Yeah, the suitcase. It might have been a few trips in and out of the station today, but just some common sense advice, everybody.
Mm-hmm.
And right now, especially while the storm is still offshore, you just got to stay powered up with your devices plugged in. You want to keep your battery life going as long as you can. But a reminder to make sure that you do download the KATC app, because once service goes down, here perhaps at the station or there are power outages, you might not be able to rely on us over the air, but you will be able to see us there through your mobile devices. So just something to keep in mind. And tonight, a big shout out to all the first responders. They are leaving their families to help out across the state. They are on standby in case they're needed. And they're all urging everyone who can and should, who's under an evacuation order, to follow that order. Again, this is a grim storm. The warnings are grim. And tonight, Kai Beach is in New Orleans, where the Coast Guard is getting ready to respond.
With natural disasters, they're unpredictable, there's uncertainty, but what you have to do is lean back on that training.
The United States Coast Guard has a saying, always ready. And when forecasting natural disasters,
heading northwest at 16 miles an hour with 125 mile an hour winds.
Those two words become much more than a motto. It could mean the difference between life and death.
They're going to need our support.
U.S. Coast Guard New Orleans Sector Commander Captain Will Watson is ready to provide that support, with Coast Guard stations across the country on standby to help when and wherever needed.
When the time comes and you face something that you maybe weren't otherwise prepared for, that's when you exercise on-scene initiative. You think critically, you think creatively, remain adaptable and flexible, and act.
And locals here are calling the Coast Guard heroes, saying they saved much more than lives during the past natural disasters.
Yeah, one day I got stuck in a boat and they come over here and 5 of them come here to help me out.
Local fisherman Tony Buffoni lost his house during Hurricane Katrina, one of the most deadly and expensive natural disasters to hit U.S. soil. He's using lessons he learned from the U.S. Coast Guard.
I'm so used to all these storms and boats. It's good to have good Coast Guard. We got a good Coast Guard crew right there, you know.
And as the Gulf Coast deals with another massive hurricane, the Coast Guard is doing what it does best, staying always ready.
We have resources, assets, people from all across the Coast Guard ready to support this fight. And we're ready. We're ready to respond to Hurricane Laura.
In New Orleans, Louisiana, I'm Kai Beach reporting.
A heads up, everybody, we have learned that Lafayette Consolidated Government will be holding a news conference. It's scheduled for about a half hour from now at 8 o'clock. Arcadia Easter is headed there, and we will bring that news conference to you live as soon as it starts.
Well, in the meantime, we're going to head back over to Rob, who has some new data coming in. Rob, there's some new information about wind gusts.
Yeah. One, I was looking at the Hurricane Hunter that did pass through the center of the storm. Still found pressures pretty low, 937, 938. So we think this may be leveling off. And as we put things in motion, what we're looking for, you see how nice and circular this is. Now it's getting a little bit more wobbly, maybe not as perfect. So hopefully the storm is maxed out. But again, this is still going to be a catastrophic storm as it bears down on the Louisiana coastline. Here's the big picture. I just actually hand plotted some observations. The only buoy that we still have reporting out here in the Gulf of Mexico is south of Marsh Island, reporting about 70-mile-an-hour gusts, 47 at Freshwater City, 34 at Pecan Island, 48 at Sippermore Point, and over by Calcasieu Pass, 33. So things beginning to pick up for sure. And again, this outer rain band, this is going to be the beginning of gusty winds. New Iberia, our friends in Jeanerette, down through Franklin, the winds are beginning to pick up. I'm sure of it, and I hope I'll get a break in a little bit where I can go outside and take a look at the clouds as well. This is kind of a weather nerd time for us. Of course, it is the Super Bowl of weather, but unfortunately, it's the bearer of bad news as well when it comes to such a high-end storm that is going on here. And just like you at home, I have valuables. I have a home. I have a family, and you want to protect them the best you can. And unfortunately, it's going to be very rough for our friends in southwest Louisiana. But as we were saying, this storm is looking maybe going a little bit more east than western portions of Cameron Parish. So let's look at the satellite imagery and just watch over the last few hours. Watch where we were. This is a 6-hour loop, moving mostly to the north-northwest. And now, maybe a little bit of a wobble back to the west a little bit, but that storm is pretty much going to be making landfall. Looks like central Cameron Parish, maybe right in the middle of central Cameron Parish. I think that's how we're going to play it, and that's pretty much how our model is showing it coming up as well. So latest coordinates, this was as of 7 o'clock this evening. We got that update. Now up to 150-mile-per-hour winds if you're just joining us. The 7 o'clock information. Pressure at 940 millibars officially. I've seen a couple more drop-ons in the 937, 938, 939 range, but I'm not the one that decides on what actually is the actual pressure of the storm, and I'm not qualified enough to figure out what is the actual good observation, but that's what I see coming off of the recon plane, moving to the north-northwest at 15. At this pace, it's going to be making landfall roughly about 5 or 6 hours from now, right around midnight tonight, give or take an hour or so, with 150-mile-per-hour winds, but that's where we are right now. If that pressure continues to drop, or we see that circulation, that donut offshore, that eye wall get a little bit more circular or start to contract, as Marcel was asking me about, that size of the diameter of the eye, then that would be a different story. So we'll have to wait, watch, and see. So the main story with this, and now, if you're locked in, you're locked in, but hopefully everybody's gotten out of the storm surge zone, and that's everything in red, orange, and for that matter, yellow. That's why there have been evacuations in low-lying areas across Vermilion Parish down through Cameron as well. But 15 to 20 feet on the coast, everything in red here translates to 9 feet of inundation on the ground. So the Gulf of Mexico will essentially do what Rita did in 2008, pretty much just move in and take over just about all of Cameron Parish from Grand Lake on westward is going to be the Gulf of Mexico, and it's going to have 4 or 5 foot waves on top of that 9 feet, or maybe 9 feet, maybe 3 to 4 foot waves. So you're going to have water as high as 12 feet sloshing around. Highway 21 goes underwater. Post Rita, you couldn't get to here. You got to about here, and the water was still at 5 to 10 feet deep all the way down 4 days after the hurricane. And I got some before and after pictures of Rita. We'll probably show you that a little bit later on, because we're going to see something very similar to that coming up. Farther to the east we go, just kind of looking at some of these other locales. We're going to have the Mermentau, that storm surge coming up and feeding up the Mermentau and snaking up the Mermentau. The same is going to happen as we go off farther to the east over toward Delcambre. Although I'm not quite sure, but the inundation levels have been lower than what we were indicating last night and earlier today. I don't know if this is a different kind of this is called a slosh model, sea, land, don't even remember what the acronym stands for, but that's the storm surge model that is utilized. But I fully expect highway water reaching up to Highway 14 from Kaplan all the way through Delcambre and Erath. I fully expect the same storm surge or worse storm surge than Rita, and these maps really don't show it here for this part of our area, and the same goes for St. Mary Parish. I find it very hard to believe there's only going to be 3 feet of water here when you have a storm system that is this large. Again, you have the bulge of water that goes east, and then that bulge spreads eastward, and experience dictates. And I said it earlier in the week, I said I wouldn't be surprised if we see a 10 to 15 foot surge, and that was with a category 2 or 3 that I was thinking that was going to be over here. But this is going to be over here. That's why 15 or 20 feet, it looks to be a good number here. 10 to 15, sure, but I would keep the high end going all the way over to St. Mary Parish, better than 12 feet, and the inundation levels higher than what we're showing you here. And again, new products, and these are new over the last couple of years, so we're developing a learning curve for them as well. Again, this is the graph model showing you how things are going to play out. And again, this is going to be one of my longer weathercasts, so Jim and Marcel could take a little bit of a break. We're going to have that news conference coming up at 8, so we're going to show you the detailed information on this storm as we put things in motion. And again, we see the eye wall and the strongest squalls around that eye coming in through Vermilion and Cameron Parish and Calcasieu Parish. And again, Jeff Davis Parish, you're going to get hammered, my friends. And the same with Calcasieu and Vermilion Parish. We're going to see some of these stronger squalls. They're going to be producing wind gusts. Now up here I have plotted just Lafayette conditions. So easterly wind at 31, gusts to 53 by this model. And again, this model looks to be running hot, but we won't know until after the storm is done, and hot being maybe too high on some of these winds. But I wouldn't play it this way. Never underestimate a hurricane, and a hurricane of this intensity doing damage worse. And we always say plan for a category worse than the actual forecast. And we're at that point now where we think we're going to get pretty close to a Category 5 storm. So a Category 5 storm making landfall just 40, 50, 60 miles away from Lafayette. That is puts us in a world of hurt that these winds may be even underdone, and you're going to see some 70s and 80s showing up here, and we'll show you the wind forecast specifically. But what are we noticing? This track looks exactly on with what we're observing. So as Jim asked me earlier, how do we evaluate models? Well, we go with the model that we think first off in a hurricane situation is matching with what we see going on right now and what we think and imagine could happen in the future. So this graph model doing a very good job, I think, of what we're going to see. And by the way, it really has the rain pretty tight around here, but I think we might see outer rain bands all the way through eastern Louisiana. So this is really dealing with the core of the storm, and we'll show you some other models as newer ones are coming in as the evening progresses. But then we'll also be talking about the current conditions and what we're seeing, and it's going to be more radar driven than model driven. Usually what we do is forecast, and now we're getting to the point where we're starting to get into nowcasting what's happening right now and where the squalls are and where they're going to be. So this is at 2 o'clock in the morning, and very intense conditions from the Texas-Louisiana border, circling Lake Charles. It looks like Lake Charles, especially east of Lake Charles by the 210 I-10 split, is going to see the winds go calm. May even see the stars later on tonight as that eye moves in. But around it, it is mayhem. And just like the commercial, there's going to be lots of mayhem going on. And you're going to see these tropical rain bands expanding out from the storm. And what happens when a storm makes landfall, the squalls begin to spread out in every direction. Notice not so much on the western side. We have drier air over here, so it's going to be weighted on the northern and eastern side. We're going to be on the dirty side of this storm for sure. And notice the winds gusting to 75 at 3 a.m. in Lafayette, associated with that squall that's about to move on through. And let's go 1 hour more, 60. And again, we're going to see the numbers increase for New Iberia, and we'll go through that specific wind forecast with this model coming up in just a bit. I have that queued up next, including the rainfall. But again, hurricane conditions likely still through 5 o'clock in the morning, northwestern portions of Acadiana. Parish is still getting hammered. Jeff Davis, Acadia, and Evangeline Parish. So who are going to be the worst hit parishes? Well, anything west of Lafayette, anything northwest of Lafayette, anything east of Lafayette. You're still going to have to deal with these on and off tropical rain bands that will likely be producing tornadoes and wind gusts in the hurricane force range in the 75, 100 mile an hour range for sure. And again, you can see how this continues to progress northward, and we still have these tropical rain bands rolling through the region through daybreak tomorrow. Things finally settle down a little bit as we get into the afternoon tomorrow, but we're still going to have that tropical moisture lingering by, and experience dictates that even after the hurricane is north of Louisiana, we have these tropical rain bands and some drier air trying to stress from the west, and that usually enhances the shower and thunderstorm activity a day or two after. We see that going into Friday. So and we'll look at the model output on the rainfall here. We'll show you the hurricane, and we'll show you all the totals that go with this particular model. So first off, let's address the winds. The winds picking up to tropical storm force, and notice how things will be picking up in just the next few hours. So 52 in Lafayette, maybe that's 10 or 15% too high. So 40 to 45, but take these numbers as ground truth for right now, because I certainly think we're going to start to see gusts approaching hurricane force along the coast in 2 hours, with winds already approaching 50 right now on the gusts. This is not hard to imagine coming up in the next 2 hours, given the storm is moving at 15 miles an hour, so it's going to make another 30-mile run between now and then approaching the coast. And this model pretty much bringing the eye wall, the beginning of the eye wall, onto the coastline right around 11, and usually when the eye hits the storm, that's, everybody has their own definition for landfall. It's semantics, but we do expect landfall midnight, give or take an hour for sure. And notice these wind gusts. Anything in white here is 100 miles an hour or better. So I probably have to change my chart here so I could show some of the nuances above 100 miles an hour, but it gives you an idea of these 100 mile an hour winds, possibly over by Lake Arthur. Again, the gusts in the 80 mile an hour range into Acadia Parish, perhaps in the 90 range, Kaplan, southeastern through Intracoastal City, Sippermore Point as well. So your highest winds are going to be west of Lafayette, obviously, northwest of Lafayette, and down toward the coast, of course, where there's less trees, there's less buildings, it's just open marsh, so that wind just whips across there. And traditionally, the rule of thumb is your winds decrease for every 5 miles an hour you move inland, given a hurricane that is the same strength moving from south to north. So the winds will be lower as you go farther to the north, but still they're going to be substantial. This is going to cause power outages and widespread power outages, anything west of Lafayette for sure, as we go deeper into the night tonight. So plan on losing your power information again. Make sure your phones are charged. Get them up to 100% between now and about 9 o'clock tonight, and make sure you have your battery power backup for your phone fully charged, and make sure your generators are ready to go because you're going to be needing them later on tonight. It's going to be a long night, and of course, a hurricane is absolutely horrendous, but one of my fears as a meteorologist is trying to sleep in 80-degree weather with dew points around 80. It's impossible, and all you hear is the buzz of generators around your home as well. So I've been there, done that, and got the T-shirt. It's no picnic, and everybody knows about that who's been through these storms before. So again, look at this. Here we have Lake Charles kind of in the center of the storm, and surrounding Lake Charles, you get over to Sulphur, Vinton, your Westlake area, you're in the 100 mile an hour range. The same at Iowa. Jennings, we have 100 mile an hour wind showing up. Lake Arthur, 100 mile an hour wind showing up. And even through Lafayette Parish. Now, mind you, in all the time that we've had an airport recording device, going back to 1941, the highest gust ever reported at the Lafayette Airport, 78 miles an hour. Okay, that was with Gustav and also with Hurricane Audrey back in the day. So we are looking at one of the higher end events for all of Acadiana. Now, mind you, in Lily we had gusts, a lot of gusts to 70, 72, 73, but we had most of the damage done in the isolated gustnados and tornadoes that produced 110, 115 mile an hour gusts. And I went through one that was 115 miles an hour that when I worked over at Channel 10, and that took down the tower that was over at Channel 10. So you got to be on the lookout for those gustnados and those outer rain bands. But that was also with a storm that came in through Abbeville, and the remnant eye came right over Lafayette, and we were in the eastern end of the eye wall. So that's why you do not want to be in this zone right here. This is where we're going to see the most damaging winds, and you know, you have a storm that's moving at 15, right? So we have a storm moving at 15. You have these sustained winds. Say this just white is all 100 mile an hour winds. Well, you add 15 to that 100 coming up on the eastern side, and you subtract that 15 on the western side. That's why the eastern side of the storm is not the side you want to be on, or in this case too, the northern quadrant of the storm as well. That wherever you have those strongest rain bands set up, and we don't know how this is going to turn out. Hurricane Lily back in 2002. The worst part of the storm, we had the eye roughly right where my hand is, but the worst part of the storm wound up wrapping around, and the highest winds were over by Jennings, where we had sustained winds 90 to 100 miles an hour. You might remember some video of an 18-wheeler being overturned with northerly winds that were some of the highest winds we saw with Hurricane Lily, and it wasn't directly associated with the eastern side of the storm. It was on the western flank of the storm. So you never know kind of what you're going to get when this is moving on through. But look at this, 100 mile an hour wind gusts, excellent bet. Say this model is 30% too high, you're still in damaging wind territory, so you're talking 90 or 100 mile an hour winds at the very least. And then the storm continues to progress to the north, and still we have tropical storm force winds going well through tomorrow morning at daybreak, and then things beginning to settle down finally as we get into the afternoon hours. Still will be a breezy, blustery day, but things should be calming down, especially as we get to this time tomorrow evening. Notice we lose daytime heating. The wind gustiness factor goes down at 10 o'clock tomorrow night. As for the rainfall, this is the graph model, same model here showing the rainfall, and this is why we're going from 5 to 10, isolated 15, and we see no reason to deviate. I don't see anything that tells me that this is not going to verify. Each and individual numbers that you see plotted up for your town are not going to happen. You're going to see different amounts. Say in Jennings, you might see 7 inches or you might see 15, but right now the model's spitting out 9.84. Again, it's a model. It's one model projection. It's not an official forecast, but this is it's my job to kind of translate this information, being a model whisperer, if you may, on what the models are telling us. And they're telling us this area of yellow means 8 inches of rain, the areas of pink 10 inches of rain, and the areas of cream color that are showing up here by Lake Arthur pushing 15 inches of rain. And this is just through tomorrow evening. You add that thunderstorm activity I showed you going into Friday, and these might be the official storm totals that we see from the storm, approaching a foot in many areas. So that is going to cause serious flooding. It's not so much about the amount, it's about the intensity, and we're going to see that tonight. You're going to see 2, 3, 4 inches of rain per hour, and back to the west in the core of the storm, maybe even about 5 inches of rain per hour for maybe a 2 or 3, 4 hour period, and that's when you have that flooding. Here's the high resolution rapid refresh model. This is going to be updating in about an hour or two, showing us the same thing, a lot of yellow. So 8 inches, but not going as hot as the graph model, but this just gets us through 2:30 in the morning. So this is the hurricane totals, and we hope we're on this side of the equation, but the truth probably lies somewhere between this model and the other model I just showed you for storm totals. So that's what we have for right now. Let's get to, again, the impacts, and this is the graphic du jour. the unsurvivable catastrophic storm surge. That storm surge is coming in, and I got to remind you, it's going to last for a week. So if you have a camp or you have a home down toward Cameron, Holly Beach, maybe you're new to the area and you have something down there all the way through Grand Chenier and even farther to the east toward Pecan Island, expect not getting back there for at least a week until that water comes back down. Flood watch for all of Acadiana, that's 5 to 10 inches of rain, isolated 15-inch amounts, and that's primarily coming tonight and through Thursday afternoon. I kind of pushed this into Friday just because we might have a little bit more rainfall, but the lion's share of what we're going to get is mainly tonight and tomorrow morning. And the wind gusts, everybody, and this is where the meteorologist gives you his spin on things. No pun intended when you have a spinning hurricane, but nonetheless, 40, 60 mile an hour winds, gusts 75 to 90 for anywhere in Acadiana. Anywhere. That includes St. Mary Parish, that includes St. Landry Parish, Avoyles Parish, everywhere in Acadiana, because I keep seeing that on my Facebook and people Facebook feed and messages. What is it going to be here at my location? 40 to 60 mile an hour winds, sustained. Gusts to 75 to 90, likely in squalls. When those squalls move through, that's when the winds are going to get going, that's when trees are going to go down, and that's when you're going to have power outages. And obviously those 100, 130 mile an hour winds west of Lafayette, hopefully we don't see any gusts higher than that, but it is certainly possible with close to a Category 5 storm making landfall. And isolated tornadoes, again, we have that tornado watch in effect for all of Acadiana until 9 o'clock tonight, and that's going to go through tomorrow morning as well. So just plan on that. We'll try to deal with those as they come. And then power outages, widespread. I'm not talking just some of us out in the country that have poor power grid plans, but everybody, even in Lafayette, I do expect power outages. You know, you have trees go down, that hits a line, that creates a power surge, and you know the crews are going to be on it, but they can't get on it until the winds die down. So if power goes out tonight, it may be well before tomorrow morning before power is restored to your location. So keep that in mind. And in some spots, like every hurricane we've seen through here, it sometimes takes weeks, and we had that soundbite on earlier, weeks for power to get back to your place. And unfortunately, guys, this is a super high-end event, and as high-end as I've seen during the course of my career so far. The storm's not coming directly to Lafayette or Acadiana, but a lot of Acadiana is going to be in the mix, and it's going to be devastation as we get into southwestern Louisiana, and that includes a lot of us that, a lot of folks that watch us in Jeff Davis Parish, Allen Parish, and even as close as Acadia, Vermilion. It's going to be a rough go of it, and it's not going to be a walk in the park here in Lafayette either. Guys?
All right, thanks, Rob. We'll check back in with you in just a little bit. Joining us on the phone right now, we have Lieutenant Governor Billy Nungesser. He's joining us on the phone from Plaquemines Parish. Lieutenant Governor, thank you for joining us. We want to talk to you about Hurricane Laura getting closer and closer to Louisiana. What is your message to people out there right now?
Well, if they haven't gotten out by now, it's probably too late, but this is something we have never seen before. I rode out Katrina 15 miles from the eye in a home 6 foot above the levee and had to airboat for weeks. It's not something that you want to go through, and 20, 21 feet of water, even if your home is elevated, it won't be there after this takes a direct hit. And we're seeing water up against the levees here as far away in Plaquemines Parish. So this tidal surge is serious, and I hope everybody got out, because the people in the direct path have no chance of making it through this storm, of riding it out.
Yeah, we have heard from people throughout the day saying they were planning to ride it out. I know the storm has intensified throughout the day. Here we are, we're almost at 8 o'clock. There is still time.
Yeah, I mean, if the roads are clear and you can get out, head north. Your life is not worth it. And we've never seen anything like this wall of water that is approaching, and it continues to gain strength. It's not weakening. People have this, this thought that when it hits shore, it's going to weaken. We know from past storms that some storms actually get stronger as they approach the shore, as this one is doing, and it's going to be seriously deadly for anybody in its path.
And what about state resources? What's available in the days and weeks to come?
Well, we're working hard. You know, Volunteer Louisiana. If you want to sign up at volunteerlouisiana.gov, we've got 10,000 volunteers that have worked after every storm to help residents, whether it's helping in the shelters, feeding people, gutting homes. We have an army of people, Louisianans, that always help their neighbor, and they'll be there immediately in the days after this, weeks, months, and as long as it takes to help people get their life back together. And that's something Louisianans do very good.
You know, I've seen some comparisons today, just especially with that warning earlier today from the National Hurricane Center calling this unsurvivable storm surge. There's no sidestepping that this is going to be catastrophic. Catastrophic.
You know, this is something we've got to pray for everybody in its path and hope everybody gets out. And then it's going to take a lot of work from a lot of people. From someone that rode out Katrina and then ran for office after Katrina and saw people for years volunteering to help people get their lives back, we're all going to have to pitch in and really help this part of our state come back.
All right, and no doubt that will happen, as I'm sure you're well aware as well. Lieutenant Governor Billy Nungesser, you're there in Plaquemines Parish. What are you seeing down that way right now?
Well, the water's up over the docks at the marinas. It's up close to the back levee, which is about to be put in the federal system. And we'll probably see some overtopping later tonight, but hopefully it won't flood any of the parish.
Okay. All right. Well, you and your family stay safe, sir. We appreciate it. We'll be talking to you in the days ahead, I'm sure.
And let's pray for all Louisianans. We need it in this one.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Stay safe.
Thank you.
All right, that's been Lieutenant Governor Billy Nungesser there saying that state resources are already being mobilized and also that there's a volunteer effort that's being mobilized as well. He lived through Katrina, rode out that storm, and said that this is just eerily familiar to what he went through then, and probably with the recovery in the days and weeks and months ahead. We want to show you some resources, everybody, right now that are available right now over on KATC.com. We're calling them quick links. We have those evacuations, closures, sandbags, curfews, and then just, of course, the forecast. Everything you're going to need to know before, during, and after the storm over on KATC.com. And don't forget, everybody, you want to keep your devices all powered up right now. If you are running low on power, battery life, plug it in now while we still do have power. Download the KATC app as well, because we're going to be broadcasting not only on the air, but also we're funneling this stream over on social media and through our app, so you can stay informed with everything going on. Marcel, I see you're getting set up back over there as well. Did you plug in your phone? I saw it was a little low.
I did. My phone is slowly but surely decreasing in power, so I've already placed it on the charger and getting back to it, rebooting my computer and everything. Sorry, I had to take a break really quick.
No, it's okay. Rob's been informing us, and in fact, he's just been stepping outside. You know, if you talk to Rob and even just watching his forecasts, it's pretty clear Rob's a pretty big weather nerd. I think he actually referred to himself as a whisperer while you were away.
Well, the thing about Rob too, you know, there's multi-million dollars worth of equipment in the weather lab, but you will often see him just walk outside the door and open the door and look up at the sky. And it's like, wait, you didn't know about it? He's like, oh, it's just different when you see it. You have to see it sometimes.
And that's what's happening right now. He's actually outside getting a look at the clouds, he said. So we're going to check back in with Rob in a little bit. And Bradley Benoit is also in the weather lab. We have team coverage here at KATC as everybody's trying to track Hurricane Laura and the latest and what you need to know at home. For now, as the storm gets even closer, we want to take a look at the impacts that are being felt here in Louisiana and that will be forecasted in the days ahead and also in Texas. But here's ABC's Elwin Lopez joining us from Baton Rouge.
Hurricane Laura continuing to gain strength as she's barreling toward the Gulf Coast. Now forecast to slam ashore as a major Category 4 hurricane, with winds around 145 miles per hour. A storm that powerful could be deadly, and experts say Laura's impact will be felt hundreds of miles inland.
This has been categorized repeatedly as an unsurvivable storm surge where it will be hitting. And that storm surge could continue inland for about 30 miles.
Thousands of families across the Gulf Coast racing to get out.
Once it gets past a Category 2 with the surge issues, there's no way I'm going to take that chance.
More than 500,000 people ordered to evacuate across Texas and Louisiana.
You've got several hours to leave town, and we suggest if you have not left yet, you really reconsider the decision that you've made to stay.
While many are getting out of Laura's way, others say they will take their chances.
I got my house boarded up, all my windows, everything boarded up, but other than that, I think I'll be all right.
In Port Arthur, Texas, officials there say if you don't leave, first responders won't be there if you need to be rescued.
You will not have an opportunity to have emergency services following a certain time. If you decide to stay, you will stay on your own.
Here in Baton Rouge, we're expecting tropical storm wind gusts and flooding. Forecasters warn we could see tornadoes in the outer bands. Elwin Lopez, ABC News, Baton Rouge.
Minute by minute across the coast of Louisiana and even into Texas, everyone heeding the same warnings with this hurricane. You know, over the past week or so, we've been hearing a lot about the hurricane hunters in this case.
Yeah, we're getting some insight from them about what goes into that job. Andrew Clay joining us live just outside the KATC studios with more tonight. Hey, Andrew.
Over the past week or so, guys, you've heard Rob talk about hurricane hunters. Now, these are actual people who fly in and out of storms, tracking them and collecting data. Well, today I caught up with Nick Underwood. He's a NOAA aerospace engineer. I wanted to learn more about Hurricane Laura and these missions. Nick, when was your last flight out in this storm?
We took off at 5 a.m. this morning and landed back at around 1:15 in the afternoon.
So you'd have been flying through that rapid intensification period?
We had. So yesterday morning when we flew, we found the storm as a Category 1 hurricane, and 24 hours later, at the start of our next mission, it was a Category 2 hurricane, and by the tail end of our mission today, the National Hurricane Center was getting ready to upgrade it to a Category 4 storm.
So when you're flying during that period, is it different? Is the turbulence, just do you feel the turbulence ramping up? What's that like?
It's certainly something that we brief because rapidly intensifying storms can definitely be more dynamic than storms that are, say, more established already. So we do take some extra precautions, make sure the seatbelts are extra tight, but we still punch through just like any other storm.
Now you guys released some little devices. They were called what? Drops nodes?
Dropsondes.
Dropsondes.
I actually have one right here. So think of this like a weather balloon in reverse. So we launch these out of the bottom of the aircraft, and they have a parachute that comes out. And as they float down, they're collecting temperature, pressure, humidity, wind speed, and wind direction, and relaying all of that data back to the aircraft in real time. And then once those splash in the ocean, we send that data to the National Hurricane Center so that they can use it in their forecast models.
Does anything from this storm stand out to you when you've flown through it?
It certainly is. I've been chasing storms for the last 4 years, and I've flown a couple storms that have rapidly intensified, and this one certainly ramped up pretty quickly.
Does this storm compare to any other storms you've covered?
I would say as far as flying through it is concerned, once you've flown one storm, I mean, they're all different in their own way, but you kind of get used to the turbulence and, the mission profiles and everything like that. So for us up in the aircraft, it's just another day at the office.
What is that day like, though, that first time you get up there and you see a storm from a very different perspective?
So my first flight through a major hurricane was actually Hurricane Matthew in 2016. And I certainly wasn't mentally prepared for the ride at that time. And so I did get pretty sick during that flight. But just being up there and, seeing these storms for the forces of nature that they are really gives you a level of respect for them. And you certainly think about the people that are on the ground that are going to be impacted by these systems.
How many trips did you take into Laura?
We started flying the system when it was still Tropical Depression 13 out in the Atlantic. This was last Thursday. And we flew a mission on Thursday, a mission on Friday. We had a down day on Saturday to reset our clocks to make sure we keep flying. And then we flew Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, and today. And I would say in total, I think we got 9 hurricane penetrations since it just became a hurricane yesterday, but flew through the storm, probably 10, 15 times.
How did it differ from, how does this flight differ from, last Thursday when it was still a depression to today when it's a roaring hurricane?
The views are certainly different. When it's a tropical depression or even just a tropical storm, the system's really trying to get its act together. A mission earlier this week when it was still tropical storm, Laura, south of Hispaniola, there was a lot of lightning around and not a really well-defined center. But over the last few days, especially after moving off the coast of Cuba and out into the Gulf of Mexico, it's really started to take that form. And today, when it achieved Category 3 strength and approaching Category 4, we really got to see what we call the stadium effect inside the eye, which is we're flying through at 8,000 feet, and these cloud tops are reaching up to 40, 50,000 feet, and kind of looks like you're on the field of a football stadium. So it certainly changes over the course of over the lifetime of the storm, and it's all really something to behold.
Can you take us through what one of these flights looks like and what you experience on that plane?
So we start pre-flight about 2 hours before we take off, and that includes prepping any expendables that we're going to launch, making sure all the science systems are ready to go, making sure the aircraft is ready to go. So we've got ground maintainers who are checking the flaps, checking the engines, making sure that the aircraft is going to keep us safe up there. We brief the mission. We take off. Usually it's about an hour and a half transit time to the storm. Once we get there, we descend down to our operational altitude, which is usually between 8,000 to 12,000 feet. And we have a predetermined pattern that we'll fly. And so we'll head to our first point, descend down, and start flying through the storm. And at that point is where my job really picks up in the back of the aircraft, launching the dropsondes, watching the data as it comes in. And over the course of a single mission flight, we'll usually launch around 20 of the dropsondes. And in addition to those instruments, we're collecting radar data and really just any bit of information that we can to help the National Hurricane Center predict what that storm is going to do.
Again, that's Nick Underwood, an aerospace engineer from NOAA. He's been flying in and out of Laura over the last week. The missions he and his crew go on are vitally important to gathering data to help build forecasts that help keep you safe. Jim, Marcel?
That's pretty cool to see that behind the scenes.
It really is cool to hear him talk about,
hunters.
to hear him talk about his experiences going through the storms. We see it from one perspective and his perspective altogether different.
Yeah, absolutely. And not many people can get that perspective either.
Well, I asked Rob and Bradley while the package was rolling if either of them would like to go into a storm. They both said yes. They're a little concerned about the motion sickness that might be there from the turbulence, but both of them agreed that it would be cool.
I can imagine. Well, here we are, everybody, top of the hour, 8 o'clock. We are expecting a news conference with Lafayette Consolidated Government. I understand it's been pushed back a few minutes, around 8:15 or so. We will take that live as soon as it happens, Marcel.
I do have some new information, by the way.
Rob has some new information.
Yeah,
so
let me I'm calling it up right now, and let me get to it. But let's get to the weather graphics system right here and just plot it on up. I just want to, we do have an update on the storm. We did have an 8 o'clock update on this. And again, we've been watching, and what's interesting is lightning is beginning to kick up on the eastern and northern part of the eye wall, and we thought we might be seeing the eye beginning to wobble a little bit more, but still very well developed eye right here, and more than likely we have pretty strong convection around the southern flank, although we're getting close to radar range where we're going to see whether this is a closed donut or not. Just step back and look at it. Is there something that we can observe? Well, that eye is getting a little bit smaller, Marcel, so that means that could still be intensifying. And we do have this is some of the gusts that we had about an hour ago, but I'm going to just get cut to the chase here on the storm. Doesn't take a meteorologist to tell you that, boy, It looks like this thing is heading right toward Cameron, which is right here. Okay, some of the stronger squalls about to work their way on shore, but the latest observation, we have an 8 o'clock observation, still 150-mile-an-hour winds, but pressure down another 3 millibars to 937. That's why I was talking about why I'm looking at that Hurricane Hunter data. So this storm is not leveled off yet. The pressure continues to drop. And at this point, even if it starts weakening, the damage is already done. The surge is already coming in, as we talked about, and we're going to have a devastation, catastrophic damage in southwest Louisiana, and much of Acadiana is going to be in the mix. And right now, we're fairly certain this is going to be making landfall somewhere between, probably in the middle third of Cameron Parish later on tonight, and that is going to make for a very rough night across all of Acadiana as this storm moves inland. And notice this is moving north-northwest. I think it's going to have to make a little bit more of a turn to the west to get to this point. This is the official forecast track as of 4 o'clock, which had it going over toward Holly Beach. Now it's more toward Cameron, we think for sure. And at this point, we don't worry about the cone. We don't worry about the line. We're going to worry about the convection and the shower and thunderstorm activity that we're seeing on the radar that is starting to move in now. These outer rain bands, I did go outside, take a look. We had sprinkly rains. I noticed the lower level clouds are generally moving from the east to the west. So winds about to pick up, and they will continue to pick up. So they're going to get a little breezy, and they're already doing so down in St. Mary Parish. We had those obs a little bit earlier. And again, we have the stronger rain bands now working their way down along the coast here. And let's just back it up a little bit and just have a little bit of hand tracking fun here, and go to our hand tracker here, and let's just look at the velocity and put that in motion. And there you see those intense winds offshore around the eye wall, and it'll be interesting to actually interrogate this if I can, and I'll try to do this. We got all the time in the world tonight. Let's take a look, say, right about here, and pop the button, and pop the button. I don't know if we can get it to work, but I'm trying to interrogate this, and it should show up. Oh, it wants to do a box, but I just want a point query, and I can't do that, but nonetheless, we have some pretty strong winds showing up here across the area. So that's what we have going on right now. And again, we add the lightning in. We see lightning around this eye wall here. So this is still cooking, but hopefully we're reaching max intensity, and we'll see that, and we'll get a full forecast update coming at 10 o'clock on the official update on the storm. But now the National Hurricane Center is giving us hourly updates, so we're going to have another update coming your way at the top of the hour. But things are beginning to go downhill, and sooner than later the jacket's coming off, and we're going to be sitting in the weather lab and being on the weather wall, and then the sleeves get rolled up. So it's going to be a night that is going to be a long one, and it's going to be very rough for our friends across western portions of Acadiana coming up as we go deeper into the nighttime hours. And again, pretty impressive storm here. And looks like not much more room for any change and appreciable change of the track. So Cameron Parish, we'll call it right now, landfall coming up. We're 8 o'clock right now. It'll probably be right around midnight, give or take an hour, that the center of this storm will start crossing land, and the damage will begin. Already the damage is already beginning with that storm surge. Water is already coming up. I'm going to take a look at some of the buoys and some of the marine observations and take a look at some of the tide gauges, and we'll have an update for you coming up in just a little bit. Jen, Marcel.
Okay, thank you, Rob. You know, Rob mentioning Cameron Parish there, not too far away, Calcasieu Parish, and the city of Lake Charles.
Yeah, that's right. Our crews have been in Lake Charles all day. Chris Welty joins us from Lake Charles live tonight. As long as it's safe to broadcast, we will continue to do so. And Chris, you've moved back to your hotel.
Hey, Jim, Marcel, we are back at our hotel right now. We're in the parking garage of the L'Auberge Hotel in Lake Charles. We felt like it was unsafe for us to be on the road with it getting dark outside, so we did come back to our hotel. We're on an upper level of the parking garage, and I'm not sure how much that you can really see behind us, but there is a yacht that is still docked back there, and I'll be surprised if that boat will be there tomorrow morning after Hurricane Laura makes landfall. We heard stories out in Sycamore Point earlier this week. Travis Guillory, he was down there and talked with someone, and they talked about how, though the boat was tied down to the piers, that the ropes actually lifted up, the boat flipped over, and just a crazy scenario. So I'd expect possibly to see something happen with that yacht down there. I'll be really surprised if it's there tomorrow morning. But here in the parking garage as well, the hotel, the casino, it's known for that life of luxury and gambling. People want to be high rollers. We've noticed that they moved some of the limousines up to this third level of the parking garage as well. And they've also moved dozens and dozens of their golf carts here that their property managers use to get around this resort. So everyone is heeding the warnings. They've moved up to higher ground. There's a lot of TV crews here at this hotel as well, riding out the storm here. Of course, we're going to hunker down. We'll be as safe as possible here in Lake Charles, and we're staying on the third floor here at the hotel, and we are planning to move into those interior rooms as the storm does make landfall, just in case any of the windows or anything like that bust. But for now, live at Lake Charles, Chris Welty, KATC TV3.
Alrighty, Chris, you guys stay safe as long as you can there. We know many of you will be dusting off generators for the first time in a very long time. The Department of Health reminding us all to take some safety precautions when we do so.
Yeah, first off, never use a generator in your home or garage to avoid carbon monoxide poisoning. Generators should also be kept dry and placed under a canopy or an overhang. Turn off your generator and let it cool off before refueling, and never plug a portable generator directly into a wall outlet. It can be dangerous for both you, your neighbors, and electricians.
Well, happening tomorrow, Governor Edwards will hold a news briefing on the state's response to Hurricane Laura. That is expected to happen about 1 o'clock tomorrow. Again, Governor Edwards will again be addressing the state tomorrow at about 1 o'clock.
Take a look at this, everybody. First responders in Natchitoches stood outside the sheriff's office for a moment of silence and prayer ahead of the hurricane today. They just wanted to do this show of support for the community and also those first responders, many of whom leaving their families for an extended period of time to stay on duty and keep the public safe.
Well, although Hurricane Laura's forecast takes it westward, people living in parts of Lafourche Parish are still forecast to see some storm surge up to at least 6 feet high. Here's a look at flooded roads today in Golden Meadow. That was earlier today, so imagine as the hours continue to go by, the clock continues to tick throughout the night. This was in Golden Meadow in Lafourche Parish.
And when you think of a hurricane, you might immediately think about the impacts along the coast, but because of Laura's size and strength, people as far inland as the Shreveport area are actually preparing for the storm. This video taken earlier today there in Shreveport. Over at the Bossier Parish Jail, the inmates helped fill more than 40,000 sandbags to protect residents in the area from flooding. And once the storm passes, those inmate crews will then help clear debris and fallen trees.
Well, much of the information that we hear, the data that is forecast during storms like this one, the path, the strength, the timing of the storms and hurricanes they come from a small fleet of airplanes. You're looking at them there that fly around through and above these storms. The hurricane hunters, we heard from them earlier, a crew from the